Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a good meeting this week. Thank you for that. And I appreciated your priorities on human trafficking that you mentioned today, that work, as well as fentanyl and some of your other prosecution experience. We had some similar backgrounds in doing that. And I want to talk about, first of all, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota, one of the premier offices in the country. This office has been instrumental in combating violent crime, dismantling street gangs, taking fentanyl off our streets, enforcing civil rights laws after George Floyd's murder, ensuring victims of fraud get justice. Do you agree that it should be a priority to support U.S. attorneys, frontline prosecutors, and case agents who work hard every single day on our streets?
Senator, I think that is one of the most important things in our country right now, and there are so many good men and women within the Justice Department throughout our country, as well as all the law enforcement agencies. Yes, they work very hard and they will be supported.
I'm concerned about some of the proposals that could put cuts in the COPS program, burn JAG programs. I know you're familiar with those. Senator Murkowski and I lead the COPS reauthorization bill. Will you commit to continue to support those programs?
Senator, I will read everything about those programs because that is a top priority of mine, and I would love to meet with you on that and Senator Murkowski to support law enforcement and those programs.
Thank you. Independence from political interference is vital to the legitimacy and success of the Department of Justice. I was honestly troubled by some of the answers to Senator Durbin's questions. We will continue that discussion, I'm sure, on the committee about the election. But I want to focus on the investigation, charging decisions. As a prosecutor, I'm sure you had this experience. I would get calls from people, hey, that's just a kid, give him a break. And I remember one answer I gave was, he's 40 years old, he's not a kid. But that kind of interference is attempted all the time. And one of my concerns here, whether it's a call from a friend, a corporate lobbyist, a White House, it has been very clear that the attorney generals of both parties have established clear policies to ensure the White House doesn't tamper with criminal investigations and prosecutions. At Attorney General Mike Mukasey's hearing, he made clear that any attempt by the White House, and these are the words, to interfere with a case is not to be countenanced. Any call to a line assistant or to a United States attorney from a political person relating to a case is to be cut and curtailed. Do you agree with this statement?
Senator, yes, I believe that the Justice Department must be independent and must act independently. The number one job is to enforce the law fairly and even-handedly, and that's what will be done if I am confirmed as the Attorney General.
So you will provide an assurance to every member of this committee that the Justice Department will only follow the facts and the law, and the White House will play no role in cases investigated or brought?
Senator, it will be my job, if confirmed as Attorney General, to make those decisions. Politics will not play a part. I've demonstrated that my entire career as a prosecutor, as Attorney General, and I will continue to do that if you confirm me as the 87th Attorney General of the United States of America.
In an earlier question, with some of my colleagues talked about China and the risk, yet you have a nominee from this incoming administration, Kash Patel, the pick to head the FBI, have serious concerns about him, has referred to the FBI's Intel division, which is responsible for protecting us from foreign adversaries like China, as, quote, the biggest problem the FBI has had, and he said that he wants to, quote, break that component out of the FBI. Do you agree?
I have not seen those comments from Mr. Patel. We can to protect our country. Again, Mr. Patel would fall under me and the Department of Justice, and I will ensure that all laws are followed, and so will he. Okay.
There are many decisions made by the FBI director, having seen a number of them do their work, that can be made. While I agree you would be the boss of Kash Patel, I'm not sure that you would be able to intervene with every decision or position that he had or know what he's doing. So let's continue. Do you agree it is a duty of the Justice Department to defend the laws Congress passes? And will you commit to do even when the president may disagree with an act campaigned against its passage or called for its repeal? President Reagan's AG, William French Smith, said the department policy was the department has the duty to defend an act of Congress whenever a reasonable argument can be made in its support. So I'm specifically referring to the 2022 law that I long led that we passed to empower Medicare to negotiate drug prices, major savings for seniors. Will you commit to defend the law against the lawsuits from Big Pharma?
Senator, I was involved in Big Pharma cases when I was Attorney General of the state of Florida, and I will commit to protect the laws of the United States of America.
Okay, thank you. That would also, same question, with the Supreme Court is going to be hearing a challenge to the Affordable Care Act's coverage of preventative services. And despite the fact that you twice joined suits to have the entire Affordable Care Act invalidated, will you commit to defending this law?
Yeah, I believe this is very different. It's a very isolated, it's different. It's not the entire Affordable Care Act, but I will, it's pending litigation, of course, within the department.
Since the 1990s, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act has protected patients, providers, and facilities that provide reproductive health services. Will you commit to continuing to enforce the FACE Act to address violence and threats against those providing reproductive health care services?
Senator, the FACE Act not only protects abortion clinics, but it also protects pregnancy centers and people going for counseling. The law should be applied even-handedly. Yes, Senator.
So you'll uphold the enforcement of that law?
I'll uphold the enforcement of the law, Senator.
Okay, and I will ask my antitrust questions in the next round. We had a good discussion about that, and I do appreciate the nominee that has been put in place for the Antitrust Division, and there's incredibly important work that has to be done in that division. So
Gail
thank
Slater
you.
is remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank all of my colleagues for abiding by the 7-minute rule. Senator Klobuchar.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for mentioning antitrust. I'm really proud of the work you and I have done together, as well as Senator Lee and I. And I know we discussed with you, Ms. Bondi, the work on allowing state AGs, a bill that Senator Lee led, and I was the Democratic lead on letting state AGs keep the antitrust cases involving tech in their states. And Senator Grassley and I successfully passed our bill to finally update the merger fees, which have allowed larger mergers have to pay in more, smaller mergers less, and that has led, along with other reasons, to beef up the antitrust division of antitrust during the last few years. And I want to make sure that you are committed to continuing a strong antitrust division with adequate personnel.
And if I am confirmed, I intend on bringing in Gail Slater. She is amazing, and I think bipartisan support for her, and did a lot of antitrust. Well, I had someone who knew antitrust much better than I when I was state attorney general, and it's very important.
But how about the resources for the division? It has been under this administration, the current outgoing one, they have added lawyers and others to it. And my question was is if you'll continue that.
Yes, I was actually looking at the structure of that unit, and if I am confirmed, I've been a little busy, I plan on working with Gail Slater and all the lawyers in that unit.
Okay. And then just you and I discussed some of the important cases, the Google case, Live Nation, Ticketmaster, the Apple case, I don't know if we talked about that one, but RealPage. And will you commit to continue these cases and to pursue remedies that will fully protect consumers from anti-competitive conduct? I'm not asking what the result will be. I can imagine you couldn't answer that, but I'm just asking that under if you are confirmed that you will continue the work on these cases.
Yes, Senator, I haven't looked at those on a case-by-case basis, but I'm committed to that type of case and protecting consumers. And I will look at that and have that unit look at that right away.
Thank you. At its founding in 1870, the Justice Department's priority was to enforce civil rights. That's what was founded, the reason guaranteed by the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments during Reconstruction. Today, civil rights enforcement is led by the Civil Rights Division. Do you believe it is a critical mission of the Justice Department to vigorously enforce our nation's civil rights laws?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Voting rights. Will you commit to properly enforcing federal laws that protect the right to vote that are critical to ensuring free and fair elections like the Voting Rights Act?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. We're back to the FBI nominee. Again, I express my deep concern, Kash Patel. He has vowed to retaliate against the president-elect's enemies, quote, not just in the government, but in the media, end quote. As we know, the president-elect has already sued a pollster in Iowa whose predictions turned out to be wrong, which happens with pollsters all over the place, as we all know. But a free press is essential to our democracy. Reporters must be able to do their job without fear of being investigated or prosecuted. Will you commit that the Justice Department, under your leadership, if confirmed, will respect the importance of a free press?
Absolutely.
And if the president or the, depends on who the FBI director is, I have some strong views on that, tries to push to go after the media, how would you respond to that?
I have not, clearly he's made some statements, but I haven't talked to Mr. Patel about those statements. But going after the media just because they're the media is wrong, of course.
All right, thank you.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, welcome, Ms. Rollins. As we both noted, the chairman and I, this committee has worked together, and all the members know this, on a bipartisan way to pass farm bills in the past, improve the farm safety net, stand up for conservation, nutrition, food security. Will you be a force for working with both sides of the aisle?
Thank you so much, Senator Klobuchar, for that question. And it is exceedingly important to me that we deliver for American farmers and ranchers, exceedingly. And I have already begun to lose some sleep over how to make that happen in a way that is productive in supporting your work. And I have a long history of working in a bipartisan manner. It may not be at the forefront of my bio or my resume, but I worked with many of you in the last administration on the First Step Act, which I believe was perhaps the hallmark of President Trump 1.0 in bipartisan work together. I sat in an office for many hours with Senator Durbin, Senator Grassley, Senator Booker, Senator Scott, and many others from both sides as we hammered out how to solve the criminal justice challenges that our Bureau of Prisons is facing. And I hope to bring that same skill set and perhaps knowledge base and relationships to this effort as well.
Thank you. I appreciated you mentioned animal disease as one of your lead priorities, as well as the disaster economic assistance. As you know, and you and I discussed this, since 2022, the most recent outbreak of avian flu has devastated poultry producers, spread to dairy cattle, resulted in at least one death. But we're starting to see increases in certain prices attributed to that. If confirmed, how will you ensure that farmers have the resources they need to combat the spread of this virus? What is your plan?
There is no doubt that what the community in whom we all work for, that community, not just America, but the entire world relies on for an abundant, safe, and secure food supply. And just learning of the devastation in Georgia just over the last few weeks with the poultry outbreak and the depopulation there of our poultry. Of course, to your point about dairy, it's been infecting some of the dairy herds, I believe, across 16 states. There is a lot that I have to learn on this, and if confirmed, this will be, as I mentioned in my opening statement, one of the very top priorities. We are hyper-focused on finding the team right now. I'm sure they're already working. I have obviously respected the process and not gotten too involved. But I know that the current team and the future team will be working hand in hand to do everything we can on animal disease. And Senator, if I may add one more thing, my deep background working in state policy included working very closely with governors' offices and ag commissioners across this great country. In fact, in the last White House, I sort of took it upon myself, which is where I met a few of our governors who are now here, to work closely and in concert and aligned with both Republican and Democrat leaders from the states.
I really appreciate that. We have 7 minutes, so I'm going to go a little quicker
Yes,
here.
ma'am.
I will note that just yesterday, the administration announced they will halt external public health communications from the CDC on these avian flu animal diseases. And these important announcements have helped keep producers up to date with the latest information on disease spread, health of workers. And while I know that wasn't under the USDA, I just urge you to talk to them about that. We're concerned. Biofuels, and I appreciated our discussion on that. While you served as the CEO of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, your organization was often critical on biofuels, including ethanol. And as you know, we have worked really hard to make this so we don't just have one fuel, that we have options here, including with Senator Ernst and Senator Fisher and Senator Grassley, Senator Thune, many others. What role do you believe biofuels play in our domestic energy production? How will you continue to promote the production of these fuels as Secretary?
Thank you, and I appreciate you bringing that up. It's my understanding that those reports were written over a decade ago. I haven't seen anything more recent. Texas Public Policy Foundation puts out almost 900 to 1,000 pieces of content a year. I did not author that specific piece, but to be clear, there's no doubt, coming from Texas, I was a massive defender of fossil fuels and the importance of fossil fuels in the energy independence and energy dominance narrative. Clearly, I've spoken with so many of you on both sides of the aisle on this issue. I will be a secretary for all agriculture. It is really important to me that we continue to defend and elevate and honor all sources of fuel. My former boss and current boss in his current energy dominance plan included biofuels as an important piece of his agenda. So I really look forward to continuing that.
And I know your family, based on the forms, I appreciate you getting us those forms, that your family has significant financial interest in the oil industry. Will these interests motivate decisions you make at the department, especially when they impact your family's financial holdings?
Senator, I can promise you this, and I know you and I have met a few times through the years. I've had more in-depth discussions, but not as many as I would like, hopefully a lot more in the future. But I can promise you this, anyone that has ever worked with me will tell you, even to the detriment of organizations I have run, detriment financially to my potential family, that I have never, not ever, made a decision based on financial interest, ever. And that certainly will not begin now.
Thank you. You discussed briefly with Senator Bozeman the export markets. I also appreciated you mentioned that in your long-term focus on exports. And as you know, during the first Trump administration, we heard resounding calls from farmers that they want trade, not aid. Those are exact words I'm remembering. They want to grow their market and not just get government payment. We've worked hard on this committee to help farmers build markets here and abroad. Senator Hoeven and I have set up a rural export center, in fact. And Ms. Rollins, how would you work with President Trump, the Office of the U.S. Trade Rep, and others within the administration to ensure that they understand the effects of potential retaliatory tariffs on American farmers? And how will you help them manage this risk? And beyond just getting extra payments to make up for it, will you be a voice to make sure people understand the importance of exports for rural America? And it's not just farming, it's also manufacturing and the like.
No, that's correct. I believe, extraordinary value that I potentially bring to this table is having served in the last White House for 3 years, right alongside President Trump. I believe I may be the most well-versed in how the interagency process works, of all the cabinet, of how the interagency process works, of how the discussions are handled, of what the Oval Office meetings look like, and how to ensure that at every corner that my team, that our community, that what we all represent together is at the table fighting for what we believe is necessary for these communities.
Okay, thank you. And I have some important questions for the second round here on conservation and nutrition, and I know my colleagues will be asking them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator McConnell.
Thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
This is why Senator Thune is the leader. We like that. Welcome, thank you. We talked in my office about how I truly believe that if we're gonna lead the global economy, and I know you share this belief, that we must make stuff, invent things, export to the world. And we've made huge bipartisan progress on that front. Not everything has been done, we all know that, and we want to continue America's lead and competitive edge. One way we've done that, and Senator Cantwell asked you about this, is about groundbreaking investments in chips and semiconductors. Despite being the land of 10,000 lakes, I've actually never called about fish to the Commerce Department, but I have talked about these issues. And so I just want to follow up on her question, and just that, you know, Secretary Raimondo has done admirable work, I think, for both sides of the aisle on this, and if you are going to continue to operate the CHIPS program.
It is vital for America that we bring semiconductor manufacturing to the United States of America. We need domestic manufacturing. The CHIPS Act was an excellent down payment to begin that process. We need to study it, but we need to make sure that you get the benefit of the bargain and domestic manufacturing of semiconductors happens in America.
Got it. But are you going to keep operating this? Because as the Senator mentioned, there are funds that have to be distributed. There's work that has to be done coming out of that law.
Oh, I expect to do enormous work to make sure you get the benefit of the bargain. We get the money out appropriately, correctly, and we build in America. That is vital. We've done it bipartisan, and I'm going to help execute that.
Good. So you're concerned about the freeze that happened? The proposed freeze would have affected that program. It's now on hold, temporary hold because of a judge. But are you concerned about that?
Well, I get it. Lets me have the time to A, be confirmed, and B, dig in and study all of the documents that we've done so I can help get it out the door and get it done. We need manufacturing. I agree. We need manufacturing semiconductors in America, and I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen.
Great. Your life story is incredible. Your motivation of your employees after this incredible tragedy. You and I talked about the Commerce Department, and some of the people that went to work there went for other reasons than your employees. They're not making as much money. And I personally have worked with the people who do trade enforcement for steel dumping. Both Vice President Vance and I share mines, and we care about this a lot, iron ore mines. And it made a big difference over 2 presidents' administrations when this enforcement, President Obama, Trump, Biden actually, was continued. And I met with who will be your employees, if confirmed, about this, 100 of them, and heard about the work that they did. How are you going to motivate those employees? Because I think they're feeling very much under pressure, and some of them have expertise that if they leave, it's going to be really hard just to hire someone because they're not going to make as much money in the government as they might somewhere else.
I think the members of the Commerce Department are extraordinary. We have extraordinary scientists, extraordinary people with deep intellect and deep knowledge, and my job is going to be to leverage them to make them feel heard, and we were going to be responsive, and we will create a great Department of Commerce that the people feel respected, heard, and their knowledge used to the betterment of America, which is why they're there, and they're going to know that I support them.
Thank you. We talked about tariffs briefly, targeted or across the board. I gave you my preference toward targeted tariffs for economy. Weigh in on that.
I prefer across the board. I think when you pick one product in Mexico, they'll pick one product. You know, we pick avocados, they pick white corn, we pick tomatoes, they pick yellow corn. All you're doing is picking on farmers, which is just not going to happen. My way of thinking, and I've discussed this with the president, is country by country, macro. Let America make it more fair. We are treated horribly by the global trading environment. They all have higher tariffs, non-tariff trade barriers, and subsidies. They treat us poorly. We need to be treated better. We need to be treated with respect, and we can use tariffs to create reciprocity, fairness, and respect.
I'm sure we'll be discussing this more. The last thing, just the broadband funding in the bipartisan infrastructure law. All of us on this committee has worked on things like improving mapping. Senator Wicker and I worked on that. You're welcome. And the work that must be done on getting broadband to some of the farthest corners of our country. We have an investment, once-in-a-generation investment out of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And again, the freeze would have affected this work, temporarily on hold. Talk about your support for broadband.
Well, they haven't, you passed the bill, and they haven't put out any of the money, or nobody's gotten broadband. So it's time for a new Commerce Secretary to get broadband out to people and give you the benefit of the bargain. I want to give the Congress the benefit of the bargain, which is you appropriated money for broadband, let's get it in their hands and let's do it. The pause just gives me time to A, be confirmed, and B, to study it, get the team working on it, and then when that pause ends, to get it out the door and get it done.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Wicker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Charge next. I'm going to be gone about 3 minutes, so I don't lose my line in seniority down in finance, and then I'll be right back. So,
Mr. Chairman, I don't think you'll ever lose your line in seniority.
Number one.
Senator Grassley, I will not lose my line in not seniority, lowest in fine.
Okay, I am just going to speak for 2 minutes in deference to my colleagues. And I had chairing another hearing and heading to another one, but I wanted to record my vote officially as opposed, as I know we voted by proxy. And I just want to simply say, I appreciated our new colleague's words about her friend and colleague. I ask consent that I vote as present and here, as opposed. Okay, thank you. I enjoyed meeting Pam Bondi, appreciated the opportunity to talk to her about our shared priorities, including cracking down on fentanyl, human trafficking, supporting law enforcement, promoting competition in the economy, and I truly do look forward to working with her on these issues. I do have concern that I know Senator Durbin and my colleagues have expressed about her ability to ensure the independence of the Justice Department. President Trump and his nominee to head the FBI have made repeatedly clear that they want to use the department to get revenge on their political opponents, and they're actually showing it. And for the shared priorities that we've talked about, these have not been the priorities of the Trump administration. Instead, in less than 2 weeks since he was sworn in, the president simultaneously used the Department of Justice to punish prosecutors investing crimes related to assaults on U.S. Capitol Police officers, pardoned those responsible for the assault, and denigrated prosecutors who put in jail someone whose website caused the death of 6 people. In his first hours in office, the president issued an executive order directing the Attorney General to re-examine scores of investigations and prosecutions at the department over the last 4 years. This week, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia ordered an investigation of the charging decisions of the prosecutors involved in the January 6 cases. But what really concerns me, and what I do look forward to talking with Pam Bondi about if she is confirmed, and I do look forward to discussing this with her because we both shared a common background as heading up prosecutors' offices of career prosecutors, as our new colleague just noted. Here we have a case where prosecutors who throughout the department have worked apolitically for decades, apolitically to uphold the rule of law and keep our country safe. They just get randomly assigned to cases sometimes. New people come in, they get put on cases. And to fire these people simply because they have been placed on cases, career people, is just wrong. We're looking at the Assistant Attorney General for National Security and the Assistant Director of Counterterrorism, as well as the most senior career official who for years has worked to ensure that DOJ leaders comply with ethics requirements and with rules designed to keep politics out of the department's work. Whether a new attorney or an experienced professional, these are lawyers who have taken an oath to the Constitution and whose loyalty is to the noble mission of the Department of Justice and not the politics of a particular president. I am also very concerned about the grants and the funding and all of the activity of yesterday, which has put a hold on so much of the work to keep our communities safe. I will put the rest of my statement on the record. I thank my colleagues, and I really do hope that Ms. Bondi can show that independence that we value. I say this with hope. I am very concerned, so I am voting no, but she does have an opportunity in that independent role of the Attorney General of the United States of America to stand up to this kind of illegal activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. I will recognize myself. And to my colleagues, I am so pleased that we have...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Catwell. While we were sitting here, actually, it appears that Mr. Vaith, the unknown bureaucrat to me in the Office of Management and Budget, has withdrawn the memo, the two-page memo for the freeze. So that will hopefully open up ability for you, if you are confirmed, to distribute this funding. I do want to just follow up in a different way on the questions that Senator Lujan was asking. If a court finds that the president or someone does something illegal, will you respect that court's order?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. So when we were in office, I had sort of deferred to Senator Cantwell on some of the conflicts issues, and I appreciated some of them that she raised. But since that time, I'm particularly interested in Scandinavia because of my state. We have a lot of connections there, and going way back to Walter Mondale, and we've had ambassadors to Scandinavia, and I've actually personally been to Greenland. So maybe more than some of the other senators, I've been very much interested for a number of years in former and now current President Trump's focus on Greenland. And I know that Cantor Fitzgerald had an interest, a major interest. Would that be a fair way to say it in critical? No?
No, I mean...
I'm just reading this in the New York Times,
sorry.
so maybe they're wrong. I know you have divested, okay? I start with that. But so explain to me the Cantor Fitzgerald Greenland connection.
Well, I think Cantor Fitzgerald took a mining company public, and in lieu of its fees, it took some shares. But minor, teeny, from the view of Cantor Fitzgerald writ large, would be the way to think about it. I think I was informed that. Meanwhile, I didn't know we had it until yesterday, by the way, so I didn't know. But I was informed that it was just in lieu of fees, they took some shares.
And it's going to, and now you've divested yourself, but your family has an interest in it, which I assume is okay under the ethics laws, not in the assets. Like, what's happened? What's that transfer?
Well, the right answer is I plan to divest upon my confirmation, and I will have sold everything, and I will have no business assets and no business interest, and I will have no conflict as agreed with the Office of Government Ethics.
Okay, so, but one thing, so that's that scene. But then we have the fact that the president has been pressuring Denmark to sell Greenland to the U.S. That's correct, right?
I think he has had such conversations. I think that's right.
And the prime minister, I just see them as such a key ally, the Scandinavian countries, but for many reasons. But the prime minister said, no, Greenland's not for sale, right?
I didn't speak to the prime minister.
Okay, and have you discussed mining in Greenland with the president?
Absolutely not.
Okay, and would you see that the interests of, for whatever interest Cantor Fitzgerald has in mining or other companies have, that if America bought Greenland or somehow obtained Greenland, that would be more favorable to those terms of the mining.
I doubt it, but I wouldn't have the foggiest idea. It would be irrelevant. It has to be irrelevant.
Okay, well, I think it is relevant when
No,
you're
no, no, meaning-
president trying to expand into another country.
That's not what I said.
Of our allies and trying to pressure them. I think it is relevant to
No,
our
no.
commerce, to our national security and the like.
Well, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I meant the economics of it are irrelevant to Cantor. I wasn't talking at all about this.
Right.
Sorry, I didn't mean that even the slightest.
Okay, I'll follow up on some of this in writing. The just last two questions, Senator Moran raised travel and tourism. He and I lead that caucus together. As Senator Blunt and I work to create this brand USA, which allows our American companies. It's paid for not by government money, it's paid for by private money, leveraged hotels and the like, leveraged with visa fees that foreign visitors pay when they come. And we've used that to promote our nation as a whole for tourism. We've seen some really positive results because before that, maybe Vegas or New York City would do it, but not the rest of the country. And I just hope that you will work to strengthen programs like Brand USA and other tourism work that we do, as Jerry mentioned, Senator Moran mentioned, with the Olympics coming and the like.
I will.
Okay, thank you. Last thing, human trafficking. This is a big priority of mine and several people on this committee. Under the last administration, the Department of Commerce collaborated with other federal agencies, community partners, advocates, and individuals to raise awareness. If confirmed, what will you do to fight human trafficking in our supply chains and economy?
Everything I possibly can.
Okay, thank you. I said one last thing. National Weather Service, part of NOAA. Will you work to maintain the National Weather Service? Very key in my state.
I will. I think we can deliver the product more efficiently and less expensively, dramatically less expensively, but the outcome of delivering those services should not be changed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, I think you know that I have great respect for the men and women of the FBI, their mission, fidelity, bravery, integrity. I believe they deserve a director who respects their work and sacrifices, and they deserve a director who's focused on their mission. This is not about bingo cards or games. This is not about revenge. This is about the safety of our country and the people that work in the FBI. And the FBI runs on facts. It runs on truth. Truth matters. And without truth, the whole system breaks down. You said that Donald Trump has every right to tell the world that in 2020, 2016, and every other election in between was rigged by our government because they were. Yes or no, did you say that?
I don't have that statement in front of me. But
okay, that was from August 27th, 2023 Thrive Time show. I'll put it on the record. These claims made in that statement were rejected by courts, including by Republican judges. Is that correct?
I don't have enough of the facts in front of me to make that assessment.
I will put that statement on the record, but I think everyone in this committee, including the Republican members, knows that these statements were rejected by courts. You were asked about the police officers in the Capitol who testified in the January 6 hearings, and you accused them of lying. Is that correct or not correct?
I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, Joe Packed podcast, March 2024, we'll put it on the record. I was there. The police officers were heroes that day.
Yes.
Did you post on your personal social media account in May of 2024, January 6th, never an insurrection, cowards in uniforms exposed. They broke the chain of command.
I believe you're referencing a post that was shown in part earlier. I don't have it in front of me.
You posted it, and it was on your account, and we will again put that out there once more as we go on. I don't want to lose any more time on this, but every one of these, there's a record of it, and you haven't answered. You promoted a COVID vaccine reversal or detox supplement. One scientist said, I quote, "None of these substances in any form would minimize side effects from a COVID-19 vaccine." That is preying on innocent people. Did you perform clinical trials before you made that claim?
I'm not a doctor, so no.
But you did promote this supplement and told people that it would reverse or mitigate the side effects from COVID vaccine.
Did I give people an opportunity to make an independent choice for what's best for their families? Yes.
You did that last year, correct?
I don't have it in front of me again, Senator.
Mr. Patel, the FBI tackles some of the most complex threats that we face: terrorists, hostile foreign powers, violent gangs, fentanyl, criminal organizations. Your mission, though, has been to go after people. I've looked at it. I've read this stuff. Yes or no? When Trump wins, did you say this? When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials, for an actual RICO statute violation, for criminally organizing the United States government to break the law to rig presidential elections. Did you say that, yes or no?
Again, Senator, you're reading a partial statement, so I'm unable to fully respond.
Okay, again, we'll put it on the record. X22 report podcast 20, that is from, I'll get you the date, about a year ago. One of the names on your list was Bill Barr. Chairman Grassley has called him one of the most capable cabinet officials I've ever been able to vote for. Senator Graham has said, I have nothing but total respect and admiration for the job done by William Barr as Attorney General of the United States. Is Bill Barr on your list of whatever you want to call them, been referred to as an enemies list? You've called them deep state after serving his country as the Attorney General of the United States. Is he on your list because of a personal vendetta?
Well, it's not whatever we want to call it, Senator. With all due respect, it's not an enemies list. That is a total mischaracterization.
I asked you, I actually used the words you used for the list, which was deep state, right? That's what you put at the top.
It is a glossary
against
in
the
the
Attorney
back.
General of the United States. Is it because of a personal vendetta that he's on the list? You're under oath.
I have no personal vendetta against Bill
Okay,
Barr.
he said about you, you would never be able to command the respect necessary to run the day-to-day operations of the Bureau. That was actually in writing in his book. He had virtually, about you, no experience that would qualify you to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency, and that your appointment, as noted by Senator Durbin as Deputy Director to the FBI, would happen over his dead body. Is it, yes or no, why you would put him on the list of deep state as a former Attorney General, Trump Attorney General of the United States, because he wouldn't break the law for Donald Trump? Is that why?
Absolutely not.
As you know, he repeatedly told the president in no uncertain terms that he did not see evidence of fraud that would have affected the outcome of the election. Did you say in February of 2021 that the election stuff was never my job and I stayed out of that stuff?
Again, I don't know what comment you're referring to, but I'm sure you're reading a piece of something.
You said it on Pushback on a podcast. Is it true, though, that in December of 2020, you reached out to the Trump acting Deputy Attorney General and asked him to investigate a conspiracy theory claiming that people in Italy had used military technology and satellites to remotely tamper with voting machines in the U.S. and switch votes for Trump from Trump to Biden? Is that true?
What was the date?
That was out of December of 2020.
I was Chief of Staff to the Department of Defense, so I don't believe that's accurate in any way.
Okay, that came out of testimony before Congress. I will give it to you. Have you referred to the media as the most powerful enemy of the United States that they have ever seen? Is that right?
Again, you're reading a quote. I take that you're reading it accurately.
223-24. You said we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens who helped Joe Biden rig the elections. We're going to come after you whether it's criminally or civilly. Is that something you said?
That's a partial statement of what I said.
Steve Bannon's podcast. You also said you would put the entire fake news mafia press corps on your list. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
I don't have that in front of me.
Benny Johnson's podcast, 8/21/23. You have said that the FBI, including today, you said that they remain utterly corrupt. This is an agency with agents who have taken down terrorists, taken down bank robbers, taken down crime. And you wrote that the FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken. Do you know that under Chris Wray's leadership, he took over at a very difficult time, we all know that, appointed by President Trump, that during his tenure, the applications to the FBI has in fact tripled? Do you think people would be applying to that agency like in those numbers if they thought it was so corrupt?
The American public's trust in it is at 40%. That's an all-time low.
Did you say that the FBI headquarters should be shut down and reopened as a museum of the deep state?
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to go an extra time?
Let's see, you get a second round. Before I call on Senator Lee.
Could he just answer the question if he said that the FBI headquarters, where they investigate cybercrime and terrorism, should be shut down and opened as a deep state?
Hey, Mr. Chair.
As a museum. Did he say that the headquarters should be shut down?
Mr. Chair.
I deserve an answer to that question. He is asking to be head of the FBI, and he said that their headquarters should be shut down.
Mr. Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
You got anything you want to say, Mr. Patel, before I go on to Senator Lee?
Simply this. If the best attacks on me are going to be false accusations and grotesque mischaracterizations, the only thing this body is doing is defeating the credibility of the men and women at the FBI. I stood with them here in this country. In every theater of war we have, I was on the ground in service of this nation. And any accusations leveled against me that I would somehow put political bias before the Constitution are grotesquely unfair. And I will have you reminded that I have been endorsed by over 300,000 law enforcement officers to become the next director of the FBI. Let's ask them.
Mr. Chairman, I am quoting his own words from September of 2024. It is his own words. It is not some conspiracy. It is what Mr. Patel actually said himself. Facts matter.
You forget that you had 3 minutes in the next round to say what you just said.
Okay, I'll say them again.
Okay. Before I call Lee.
Mr. Chair, just parliamentary inquiry, and it was on time. It wasn't disputing any of the debate, but I intend to keep to my
59 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we talked about, Mr. Patel, truth, incredibly important in an FBI director. And a number of the things I asked you about in the first round you didn't recall or you wanted more context. I'm going to give you one of those. I'll give you the rest on the record. That was about when I asked you about the Capitol Police officers who testified in the January 6 hearings and you accused them of lying, you said, and I quote, "I don't think that's accurate." I actually have the transcript here, which was reported by the Washington Post. And that was in March of 2024 on Joe Pack's podcast. He asked you, the Capitol Police in that fake January 6 committee, they didn't tell the truth, did they? Patel, no. Not just them, many others. And lying under oath is a federal offense and they should be investigated for it. Do you believe that about the police officers?
That's a general statement and a mischaracterization of what I said. I encourage you to read the rest of the interview. This is why snippets of information are often misleading and detrimental to this committee's advice and consent process.
If you consent, I would love to have 5 hours of questions and then I could read the whole transcript.
You've got 2 minutes.
Wow. In September, you referred to the FBI's intel branch, which was stood up after 9/11 and works to protect us from foreign adversaries like China, as, quote, the biggest problem the FBI has had, unquote. And you said you wanted to, quote, break that component out of the FBI. It was the same sentence where you said about turning the FBI headquarters into a museum. Do you really think that closing the intel branch will make Americans safer?
Again, it's not what I said. The intelligence component of the FBI has seen some politicization and weaponization that we've discussed here today, and intelligence collection capabilities belong in the intelligence community. Having served in both law enforcement and intelligence communities, I'm uniquely qualified to bring the intelligence limited component back to the FBI that ties back to the legislative mandate of prosecuting and investigating criminals.
Okay, last, I will end early, Mr. Chairman. You said in May of 2023, this is important to all of us because Elon Musk is playing such a major role in the government right now. You said Elon Musk cares about two things, your data and his money. Do you still stand by those words?
I don't have that entire quote, but that's what it says.
It was in you were angry because of endorsement of Governor DeSantis in Florida, and so you were defending Donald Trump, and so you criticized Elon Musk, and that was the context for it. And you said Elon Musk cares about two things: your data and his money, and it matters to us because he's playing such a major role in the government. And so I just wonder if you think that's true.
I don't have that full quote in front of me to respond.
All right. Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for being here. I just want to point out again that Denmark and Greenland have made clear that Greenland is not for sale. And this hearing thus on the acquisition of Greenland and the problems it's causing with our allies seems strange to me when we just got the report that the inflation is going up, and I think we should be more focused on those things, but I'm happy to dive in, being from a state that has a lot of snow, and having been to Greenland, I'd love to talk about this. As my Republican colleague, Senator Murkowski of Alaska, said in a joint statement with a member of the Danish Parliament, the future does not require us to redraw the borders on the map, but to work harder than ever to cross them. Dr. Pincus, do you agree that strengthening our alliances advance U.S. strategic objectives in the region?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I would say that from a policy analytic perspective, the U.S. has clearly defined national interests in Greenland and across the Arctic, and we have identified some challenges and some problems that we are turning our attention to. We have a range of policy options, and I think it is the job of the President and the Congress of policymakers to make those policy determinations, balancing relative priority, risk, and cost. So again, with regards to Greenland, we have a range of options, and there's a spectrum in there. And I think at the lower cost, a sort of lower hurdle part of that spectrum, I would put diplomatic arrangements, treaties, defense agreements.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm concerned about the freezing, since we're talking about freezing lands, freezing of federal grants and assistance that can seriously harm our global competitive advantage, including in the Arctic. For instance, the National Science Foundation's Office of Polar Programs guides critical research on Arctic issues. For example, the University of Minnesota's Polar Geospatial Center has been working on digital mapping with support, which is going to be really important as we look at what's happening with Russia and other countries that are not our friends, China, that are heading there. What role, Dr. Mercer, can the university research community play in preparing the U.S. for future civilian and military operations in the Arctic region?
Thank you for that question. America is the world's leader in scientific research, and our work, NSF's work, or the work that we support in the Arctic, including that of the University of Minnesota and the Polar Geospatial Center, is really important to the U.S. As I noted before, we're strong collaborators with other U.S. government agencies, including various Department of Defense services, and as well as the government of Greenland. So I think that those relationships between academia and the various government institutes that further research in the Arctic are really important.
Okay. Dr. Pincus, different topic, icebreakers, big deal for the Great Lakes, and as you can imagine, last November, Canada, Finland, and the U.S. formalized the Icebreaker collaboration effort pact known as the Ice Pact, very creative, to build more icebreaker ships, essential tools to open trade routes. I've talked to representatives of both countries outside of the U.S., Canada, and Finland about this. How can we maximize our collaboration with Canada and Finland in the Arctic? And I know you share my concerns about slow momentum for building in the U.S. What can more be done to boost the domestic manufacturing? So first question on Finland, Canada. Second one is what we can do here besides getting more icebreakers in conjunction with them. And maybe that's the answer. So.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. the Wilson Center has been consulting extensively on the ICE Pact and on Icebreaker construction, and there are a number of hurdles here, and they include labor and workforce challenges. There's a shrinking talent pool, and shipyards are competing for skilled labor. We do not have a national shipbuilding strategy or unified shipbuilding plan to help align yards and ships for best fit. Our contracting practices are often adverse for business interests. For example, we often use firm fixed price contracts on first-in-class ships and vessels, and that places all of the risk on a shipyard. Our specifications and requirements are often permit perfection to be the enemy of the good. And so I think there's a lot of things that we could do and lessons that we could learn from our foreign counterparts in terms of leveraging their expertise and speeding up our acquisition. But one point I do want to make is that the Coast Guard cannot just get more hulls. Yes, we need a lot more icebreakers, but they also need people and they need funding to run those hulls. We see with the recent acquisition of the Storis that it is going to be years before it comes into operational capacity because of the refits that it's going to need. And the Coast Guard is under strain now with demand for its mission set. We're seeing challenges meeting all of those demands. There's strains placed on people and families. This is true for the Navy as well. The world wants the Coast Guard to be in a lot of places and the Navy to be in a lot of places. And so I think we need hulls, but we also need people.
And how do you see the last question, the ICE Pact working with Canada and Finland and helping?
I think it's a little too soon to say. There is tremendous potential there, but the implementation is going to be the real challenge right now. We have plans in place, but there haven't been resources appropriated to support the implementation of ICE Pact. So I think DHS and Coast Guard are working through some of those challenges, and it will be interesting to see if we can make some creative solutions around relaxing trade restrictions, perhaps permitting in skilled labor that could help us build icebreakers faster, perhaps relaxing some ITAR restrictions on tech sharing. So I think there's a lot of ways for innovation, but we have to pick our targets and again, apply that sort of range of analysis. What's the top priority? Where are we willing to accept some risk and pay some cost? Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the confirmation of Kash Patel to serve as the next director of the FBI. The director of the FBI leads our nation's most important law enforcement agency, made up of more than 38,000 employees. I have tremendous respect for the men and women of the FBI. They take on violent crime. They get fentanyl off our streets. In our state, they have investigated incredibly complex matters, including a case a few years back that was the biggest white-collar case outside of Madoff for years. They have done such a good job, and we are proud of them. I have supported FBI directors under Republican presidents, including President Trump's last nominee, and Democratic presidents. The nonpartisan career public servants at the FBI risk their lives to keep us safe. Their motto, FBI, fidelity, bravery, and integrity. And they deserve a director who respects the work that they do and who embodies the core values of the FBI. That, unfortunately, is not Kash Patel. Let's start with fidelity. A director's loyalty to the American people, the Constitution, and the rule of law is paramount. But Mr. Patel made it abundantly clear that he is loyal to the president, and that is his calls for retribution. When you look back at Mr. Patel's writings, at his interviews, at what he has done in his life, that his focus is the loyalty to the president and not to the people of this country. Mr. Patel has threatened the president's critics. As he said, I quote his words, not just in the government, but in the media, end quote. On one podcast in December 2023, he said, and I quote, "We're going to come after you, whether it's criminally or civilly." On a podcast just last August, I know sometimes our colleagues, we have writings or we have interviews of people that are 10, 15 years ago. These are all recent. Just this August, he said, When Trump wins in 2024 and is in power in 2025, we can prosecute them, referring to Justice Department officials. And when I asked him about it in my written questions, he replied about that comment, he replied that, quote, he made those comments in a television interview, not in a court of law or before the committee, as if the venue minimizes the threat. And in fact, at his hearing before this committee, he had opportunity to walk back that threat and others. He chose not to. Nor did he try to explain his so-called deep state list of former government officials, including many Republicans who served in the last Trump administration, including Attorney General Barr, who Republicans on this committee have repeatedly commended for his service. But he is on, Barr is on, Kash Patel's deep state list. He also criticized former CIA Director Gina Haspel, numerous elected officials, including the former head of Veterans Affairs, Dennis McDonough. I remind our colleagues on the other side of the aisle that Bill Barr said about Patel this: Patel has virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent law enforcement agency. And his appointment to the FBI, he said a few years back when Patel was being considered for another job in the FBI, his appointment to the FBI would only happen, Barr's words, over his dead body. Then CIA Director Gina Haspel also threatened to resign to stop Patel from being her deputy. These and many others who have criticized him over time are people who have served our country. I didn't always agree with some of them. Some are Democrats, some are Republicans, but they have repeatedly said the same thing, that he should not be running the FBI. And we know what Mr. Patel wants to do with the people on that list because he already told us. On another podcast episode, he said the people on his list need to go to prison. That is a shocking statement from someone who may be the next head of the FBI. And it's not just government officials, but the press as well. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I care deeply about an independent press and the First Amendment. Mr. Patel, though, has referred to the media as, quote, the most powerful enemy the United States has ever seen. He didn't even say that one on a podcast. He said it in a speech at the Conservative Political Action Conference on February 23rd, 2024. Think about that. He is saying that the press, with many here standing up for the First Amendment, he's saying the press is the most powerful enemy the United States has ever had. Not China, not Russia, not Iran, not terrorists, but he says the most powerful enemy is the press. And I would ask my colleagues how they can justify voting for this man who would say such a thing as the director of the FBI that constantly deals with domestic threats that come from afar and come from people who are, in fact, affiliated with terrorist groups in these countries. How do we know Mr. Patel will carry out the revenge agenda? Well, it is already occurring. At his hearing, Mr. Patel did say, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. And yet, mere hours after those remarks, the administration forced out 8 of the Bureau's most senior career public servants who serve in nonpartisan roles. One day later, an email was sent to FBI employees requesting a list of everyone who had worked on January 6 cases to determine whether any additional personnel actions are necessary. That's their quote. Think about this. Thousands of agents, maybe people who had just joined the FBI, are asked to work on a case. It happens all the time. Anyone in a workplace knows what I am talking about. But in this case, if you are affiliated with any kind of case that Mr. Patel did not like in the past, well, then you need to be on some list. They get assigned to a case because a violent felony occurred on January 6th. Everyone in this room that was there know exactly what I'm talking about. People assaulted police officers. And now those agents who were simply doing their job find themselves on a list for personnel action. That is not right. That will not make Americans safe, and that will destroy the Federal Bureau of Investigation. This isn't fidelity to the Constitution. This isn't fidelity to the rule of law and impartial law enforcement. It is an affront to it. That's fidelity. Second, bravery. Let's talk about bravery. Now, we all know that Capitol Police showed bravery far and above the call of duty on January 6, 2021. Every one of the members of this committee have talked about the fact that the police officers protected us and were brave. But rather than recognize the officers' bravery, Mr. Patel accused those who testified, officers, on January 6, of lying. When asked if Capitol Police officers told the truth in the January 6 committee hearings, Mr. Patel said, and I quote, "No, and lying under oath is a federal offense and they should be investigated for it." Yet he claimed at his hearing that this wasn't accurate. We have it on tape. It's literally on YouTube, on the Joe Pack Show, 5/29/2024 at minute 2:57. You know who else exemplifies bravery? The men and women at the FBI who every day put their lives on the line and keep us safe. What does Kash Patel think of these public servants? He wrote that, again I quote, "The FBI has become so thoroughly compromised that it will remain a threat to the people unless drastic measures are taken," end quote. He has called the men and women who keep us safe, quote, "utterly corrupt," and called for a, quote, "comprehensive housekeeping," end quote, of the FBI. That's from his book, page 73 and page 85. He also called for shutting down the FBI headquarters, and you know what happens at that headquarters. This is where they coordinate the investigations of complex cases, including terrorism and cyber crimes. Happened on the Sean Ryan Show, 9/2/2024. What are the facts? Under Christopher Wray's leadership, who was a Trump appointee, the morale of the agents and personnel at the FBI has improved significantly. 3 times as many people are applying to the FBI under Christopher Wray's leadership and during his term than when he started. 3 times the number. How can you say there's some horrible corruption? People actually want to go work there. They want to be an FBI agent. They think that it is a job of public service, that is an honorable job. I don't think the FBI is a threat to the people or utterly corrupt, as Kash Patel has said, and I actually don't think our colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle believe this either. I think that they admire the people that work at the FBI. The men and women of the FBI show us every day what it means to embody bravery, and now we need to show them that we can be brave as well and tell the president no. And if our colleagues on the Republican side on this committee will not join us in just saying no one time to the president, maybe some of them will join us in the greater Senate body on the floor. So that brings us to integrity, FBI. The FBI runs on facts. It runs on truth. Without truth, the whole system breaks down. And Mr. Patel in his hearing made abundantly clear why this nation should be so concerned about putting someone in this job for whom there is such a lack of trust. Mr. Patel did not even have the integrity to stand by his own words to this committee. His own words. Repeatedly, I asked about these statements. Own them, man. Just say, yeah, I said it. I believe that. I believe we should shut down the FBI headquarters. I believe they're all corrupt. These are things that he has said, not 10 years ago, not when he was a student, in the last year. Instead of disavowing or providing the explanations for reckless past statements, Kash Patel repeatedly misled this committee, dodged questions, and claimed ignorance, despite the fact that all of his statements are on the record for all of us to see. How can we have an FBI director that doesn't even remember what he said 6 months ago? The director of our nation's most powerful law enforcement agency must be forthright and trustworthy. He must follow the facts and carefully analyze evidence before drawing conclusions. Mr. Patel has made clear that his allegiance is not to the truth. He has put ideology and his loyalty to Donald Trump ahead of the facts. Mr. Chairman, independence of the FBI from the White House is critical. The FBI director has immense power to direct surveillance, investigate American citizens, and recommend when charges be brought. The next director's loyalty must be to the people and not the president. And even if someone was to put in someone who is their friend, which has happened in these jobs in the past, why would you pick this person who has repeatedly maligned the agents that work at the FBI? Why would you pick someone who in the last year decided to make money off of hawking a supplement that he claimed would reverse the effects of the COVID vaccine? Why would you put someone in place that thinks it's fun to say you should close down the headquarters and has put together a list of people that he hates, that he says he wants to take revenge on? Why would you pick that person of all the people you could pick for this office that maybe you even know or you've worked with before? But Donald Trump picked this person, and I think we know why. The fact is, federal law enforcement and the American people deserve a director who embodies the Bureau's model: fidelity, bravery, integrity. The men and the women of the FBI deserve better than this nominee, and I ask our Republican colleagues to stand up for the agents that work there and to stand up and say no once.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to Ranking Member Cantwell for this important hearing. We know, there's been a good discussion about spectrum. I had a judiciary hearing at the same time. But this is specifically important to our 911 systems. I co-chair the Next Gen 911 caucus with Senator Budd, and we are dedicated to expanding and improving emergency communications infrastructure. Yet the FCC Spectrum Authority expired in March 2023, as we all know, for the first time in nearly 30 years. And I'm concerned about this lapse in Spectrum Authority with the increasing needs for emergency authority. An estimated 240 million calls are made to 911 centers annually. However, this critical public service relies on outdated technologies. I've led legislation with Senator Cortez Masto to modernize Americans' 911 system to help enable 911 call centers to better handle text messages, pictures, videos, and modern communications. Dr. Bayless, can you give an example of an innovation at your lab that could help make our 911 system stronger and more resilient?
So I think this depends on what types of interference the 911 systems are receiving. But an innovation that we're finding in our lab that could really be helpful, well, there's two of them. One is we've got reconfigurable circuitry that can reconfigure within under a millisecond. And that would allow us to actually change frequencies and then optimize our performance at a new frequency. What happens is your circuit's designed to operate at the old frequency. And so if you change frequencies, you may drain your battery because you don't have any efficiency. You may not get the transmit power you need. So that's an example of one thing we're doing is reconfigurable circuitry. And then I think that the dynamic spectrum management system innovations we're working on, as well as our in situ measurement capability, which would allow us to actually see when we're causing interference and change our transmissions and be able to plug AI in through that. Those would help 911 systems as well as any system that's trying to reconfigure. Thank you.
You know, just recently in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, many affected areas experienced local communications blackouts because the flooding was severe enough to override the internet providers' disaster contingency plans. How could we leverage innovation in spectrum management to ensure that our wireless broadband networks are more resilient when things happen like natural disasters?
I'm not aware of this particular, and it didn't research this. I would have to go in and see exactly what the problem was in terms of the technical lapse and then try to be able to bring a team to solve it. If it was an interference issue or frequencies not being available, then I think our team has the solutions we could deal with it.
And getting this spectrum thing set would be helpful if we had more.
I think in the sense that technology is behind regulation right now. Technology needs to be developed, and I think that's where our lapse is, really. I really believe that investment needs to be made in technology rather than just re-regulating and re-regulating, because we're slicing the bread thinner and thinner and thinner until it crumbles.
Thank you. Mr. Pearl and Mr. Clark. During President Trump's first administration, there were interagency disputes regarding spectrum. We've seen these interagency disputes through Democratic administrations as well. Recognizing the importance of providing more order, the National Spectrum Strategy was released in November of 2023, and its implementation plan in March of 2024. Mr. Pearl, can you discuss why it's important to continue to improve planning and coordination? And then, Mr. Clark, how can this administration cultivate more agency buy-in to avoid the sorts of disputes that have arisen, especially when it comes to the Department of Defense? Mr. Pearl.
So you can't work out these issues on an engineering level unless you have the proper interagency coordination, and that has to come from the White House really demanding that the agencies work together and participate in a robust way and have the right engineers who are there to work out the problems and really mandate that they share information. That's something that we've run into in the past, where an agency that wants to continue to use the spectrum isn't willing to play ball and share information so they can work together collaboratively. And then you need a really healthy interagency process where it starts at the lower levels and eventually escalates if you can't resolve problems. That's incredibly helpful, because if you just have the White House weigh in without having all the information and having that refined skill set of issues that comes from the interagency process, then in some cases the right decisions don't get made.
Yeah, we're experiencing a little bit of that right now, but I'm not going to go there. Okay, Mr. Clark.
So it requires leadership, both in the White House, but also in the departments. My discussion with the leadership of the current team in the Defense Department showed that they are very willing to engage in this interagency deliberation to figure out the best way to use the spectrum. And there's a lot of modeling and simulation tools that Dr. Bayless and others have that could help us to figure out what are the opportunities for sharing and even coexistence in adjacent spectra.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Attempt to gut funding for many important research agencies, including NIH. If confirmed, will you commit to funding research and development at levels authorized by Congress?
I'll have to coordinate with the president and with OMB, obviously, on budgets, but my commitment is to bring to the table and bring to those conversations the importance of research and development in these emerging technologies.
Right, and do you agree that domestic semiconductor production should continue to be a priority for the U.S.?
Absolutely. We have to be able to produce high-end chips here in the U.S.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Metter, I work closely with you, with my staff I know did on antitrust and competition issues during your time in Senator Lee's office. And I hope, if confirmed, you will continue to work in a bipartisan manner as you did there. Today, the Commission is litigating antitrust cases against Meta, Amazon, John Deere, pesticide manufacturer, medical provider, many others. Will you commit to continuing to prosecute the antitrust cases currently at the Commission and to pursue remedies that will protect consumers from anti-competitive conduct?
Thank you, Senator. It's good to see you again.
Yeah.
So while I can't commit to any specific action, obviously I share the concerns that the agency is seeking to address. I think it has a lot of important work on its docket, and I can commit to taking that very seriously if confirmed to ensure we're doing everything we can to enforce the law.
Thank you. Appreciate that. You've written that it's long past time for our government to finish what they've started, break up Live Nation Ticketmaster, and bring real competition back to the live event ecosystem. While you work for Senator Lee, I teamed up with him, as you know, to hold a rather memorable hearing. Senator Cruz was there in judiciary on Ticketmaster Live Nation, monopoly over venues, artist promotion, online ticketing. While the Justice Department, I know you're aware of this, is litigating that case, can you elaborate why it is so important to take on monopolies like Live Nation Ticketmaster, and how will that experience help you at the FTC?
Absolutely. So in that case, we have an industry that has many parts and sort of a vertical chain. And what we've seen is that combining all of them into one firm has allowed them to engage in what's called foreclosure in many instances. So when one company controls both the primary ticketing service that artists use and venues use, as well as the actual venues themselves, it gives them the ability to lock up the entire industry, which ultimately raises prices for consumers, reduces the quality of their experience at these events, deprives artists of the money that they would have otherwise earned, and it just leads to a worse ecosystem overall. And so if confirmed to this position, I would take those concerns from that industry and be on the lookout for similar situations in other industries to make sure that if one firm is seeking to dominate an entire industry, it's not doing so to the detriment of consumers.
Okay, very good. FTC independence, I know that Senator Lujan asked you some questions along this lines, but do you agree that the sole focus of the FTC should be to protect consumers from unfair methods of competition and deceptive practices, which is clearly in their act setting them up, without concern for political pressures from the White House?
Yes, with the one caveat that we have about 80 statutes we enforce total, and so
That's what I thought. I actually, as I asked the question, I thought that might be a very smart answer on your behalf. As you know, I work with Senator Grassley to update corporate merger fees for the first time in 20 years, to give our antitrust agencies more resources to hire attorneys and economists. In the end, Senator Lee and I coordinated on his bill on the tech cases, allowing the state AGs to keep them in their jurisdictions, which was a Lee Klobuchar bill, thank you, as well as this bill that I had with Grassley, both passed. Do you agree that to take on some of the biggest companies in the history of the world, that the FTC must be funded and staffed with the best people possible?
Yes, Senator, I think it's obviously important for the FTC to have everything it needs, and I was honored to work with your office on that legislation and create the possibility of antitrust enforcement that's self-funded without burdening taxpayers.
Okay. How will you work with state AGs? There's a lot of action going on in the states right now to enforce antitrust and consumer protection laws.
I think that's one of the unique things about American antitrust that I really appreciate is the multiple levels of enforcement that we have, including private suits, federal suits, but also state AGs. And I know the FTC has a long history of working productively with state AGs, and if confirmed, I would look forward to continuing those relationships.
All right, thank you. I want to thank both of you for actually answering the questions and doing it in a short period of time and not filibustering. So that was actually miraculous. Thank you, and happy to be here. Ms. Dillon, I know we're going to talk on the phone at some point soon, and I appreciate it that you're willing to do that. I've led efforts to protect voters' access to the polls and the security of our elections, the Freedom to Vote Act, setting basic national standards to make sure all Americans can vote in a way that works best for them, regardless of their zip code. John Lewis once said, "The right to vote is precious and almost sacred and one of the most important blessings of our democracy. Today, we must be vigilant in protecting that blessing." Do you agree?
Senator, I agree with everything that you said with respect to the importance of the right to vote. I think it is a sacred right, and I promise to safeguard that right if confirmed to this position.
Okay, thank you. Your comments earlier, though, you've written about the Voting Rights Act, referring to it as a law, and this was in 2022, referring it to as a law that, quote, was once, and I emphasize once, necessary to push back on Jim Crow laws. I have concerns about, of course, the Civil Rights Division under your leadership, whether or not it will enforce the Voting Rights Act. Isn't it true that 2 years ago, the Supreme Court reaffirmed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which prohibits states and localities from enacting laws or taking actions that have the effect of denying or abridging the right to vote on the basis of race?
That's correct, Senator, and I would add that I don't know the full context of the quote that you read, but of course we all know that the United States Supreme Court has actually struck down provisions of the Voting Rights Act as unconstitutional, specifically Section 4A, which effectively renders Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act a nullity unless Congress acts to fill in the gaps.
I was referring to Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in Allen v. Milligan. But will you commit, the bigger thing for me, to vigorous enforcement of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, including with respect to groups that have been subject to historic discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, or language minority status?
Thank you, Senator. I would have to see the facts, but if the facts merited a Section 2 investigation and or legal action, I would certainly pursue that.
Okay. Will you commit to not reassigning or firing career attorneys in the division based on their political and ideological affiliations, who they voted for, or their views of the 2020 election?
Senator, without getting into the job itself and understanding all of the motivations of individuals, I can't really commit to any particular personnel decisions. However, I will say that in my home state of California, we have laws about that, and that is certainly my general practice, to not react against people based on solely on their political views.
Right. Mr. Sauer, at the nomination hearing for President Trump's first-term Solicitor General Noel Francisco, Chair Grassley said, quote, "It is the responsibility of the Solicitor General to defend the law even when they don't personally agree with the law," end quote. Mr. Francisco agreed, stating that the Solicitor General is a lawyer representing the United States. What matters are the views expressed by the United States in the statutes that this body passes. Do you agree it is the duty of the Justice Department to defend the laws Congress passes, and will you commit to do so even when the President may disagree with an act campaigned against its passage or called for its repeal?
I believe Mr. Francisco stated that the duty of the Solicitor General is to defend the validity of congressional enactments when there are reasonable arguments available to do so. I think he noted an exception in certain cases where there's a conflict between a claim of encroachment on the President's Article II authority, and I would commit to following those principles that he outlined in his testimony.
All right. I also note that on her first day in office, the Attorney General issued a memo in which she said DOJ lawyers must be zealous advocates for their clients' interests. And then she said, and this was troubling to many of us, and to do otherwise deprives the president of the benefits of his lawyers. When you served as a prosecutor in the Eastern District of Missouri during the Obama administration, did you see yourself as President Obama's lawyers?
I believe as an attorney for the Department of Justice at any level, as I said to Senator Lee, the client of that attorney would be the United States or the people of the United States.
All right. So thank you. And all justice lawyers, as you know, take an oath to the Constitution. And as you note, their client is the people of the United States. I asked this of Todd Blanche, and he answered that is true. And so your client will, in fact, be the United States government and the United States of America and not the president. That's right?
I stand by my prior answer.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Senator Klobuchar.
Senator Lee, I believe as a former prosecutor, having seen some of this firsthand, and the fear and the danger is that we must stand up and speak out against hate crimes and anti-Semitism whenever they occur. To me, this means the basic idea of making sure that we prioritize with law enforcement enforcement of our laws, hate crimes. It also means ensuring funding for the nonprofit grant program, which I was involved in early on when we started to expand it, and funding security upgrades at our synagogues, at our nonprofit organizations, and places of worship. It's critical that students feel safe in their schools, and it is also critical we allow peaceful protests. This is important in my state. Minnesota has a very strong and sizable Jewish population. We also have a sizable and strong Muslim population. And I always remember, as I look at how sometimes things do work, I look at one point when one of our Jewish community centers nearby where I grew up got a hateful threat call, and the kids ran out in their swimming suits in the middle of the winter, the seniors who were there for classes without no coats, and they were, as they said, wandering in the wilderness in the middle of the snow. And when they got back in, when the threat was assessed and they were allowed back in the center, they checked their answers on their phone calls, and the first one that they had gotten was from our Islamic Center, offering them a place to meet and a place to go. So that's what guides me as I think about what we want to see more of in this country. So I'm going to focus on you, Mr. Rachlin, although I do appreciate all the witnesses. Minnesota, just last year, as many as 25 Jewish schools and religious facilities received bomb threats. We also had threats on mosques, and we actually had a pretty severe bombing at a mosque that was investigated by the FBI years ago, and people were prosecuted that were white supremacists. In your testimony, you said that the fear of anti-Semitism has become commonplace for too many American Jews. Could you talk about how we could better direct ways for the public to help out on this? Our U.S. attorney from the last administration, Andy Luger, who's Jewish and really created a good working relationship with our Muslim community, prioritized working to build community relations, including meeting with those at Temple Israel in Minneapolis after their synagogue was defaced, making sure the community was informed. Could you talk a little bit about that?
So first, thank you so much for the question, and I also want to thank you for mentioning the Nonprofit Security Grant Program. I know I speak for everyone up here and for the vast majority of the Jewish community that it is one of the most vital programs that Congress has passed, and it allows us to feel safe in our communities. That being said, to your point of what else can be done, hardening targets can only get us so far. Providing armed security guards and bulletproof glass and different kinds of methods to keep us safe within buildings only gets us halfway there. I think the example you brought up about the Islamic Center texting out about the different people and trying to get them to come in while they were out in the cold when there was a bomb threat, I think that speaks volumes. I've worked in the peace building space in Israel and Palestine, and one of the biggest things I've noticed is the ability to bring people together, and I think that's absolutely critical. And so when we're looking at ways to combat anti-Semitism and to end it writ large, you have to look at things beyond hardening targets. I would strongly recommend people to invest in coalition building processes, bringing communities from across the spectrum together to actually have constructive conversations, to create a shared language of what is and what isn't anti-Semitism, and even beyond that, what is hate and what's not.
So social media, this committee is determined to do more on that, especially I think this Congress. Senator Grassley's long been involved in this, and of course protecting speech. But when we look at things like pornography, fentanyl sold online, impact social media is having on spreading hate. Could you talk a little bit about that? Is there enough being done online? Because I'm afraid this is instigating some of this.
I would say absolutely not. I think more needs to be done online. I think one of the major drivers of anti-Semitism online is the X platform, the platform formerly known as Twitter, with the removal of safeguards and with Mr. Musk ascending to run that company, we've seen a massive increase in anti-Semitism being propagated on that platform and spreading out from there. And that's just one platform. That's not even talking about Meta or the other social media platforms. So I think there needs to be more done to actually bring them to heel, to understand what is anti-Semitism, and to actually stop, in many cases, those CEOs that run those organizations from pushing those theories out farther.
Okay. Last question. I pressed FBI Director Patel to prioritize thoroughly investigating hate crimes against all communities, including the Jewish community, and he agreed. What steps do you think the FBI, since we are the federal body here in the Senate, can take to making combating hate crimes a priority?
So one, I would think that, I would hope that the FBI and the new administration would actually refer back to the 2023 strategy that was supported by Jews across the spectrum, and actually look at this not just from an FBI perspective, but from a whole of society perspective. How do we do this as a society to actually eradicate anti-Semitism? And I think that is the larger question.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Bennett, for this great and timely hearing. I wish we didn't have to focus on it because I wish we didn't have this many fires, but we are here and we need to do everything we can. I look at Senator Schiff there with what he and his constituents went through with the fires in California, what we've seen in Colorado, and we know that these fires pose the greatest threats in the West, but it's also important to know that these fires haven't spared other parts of the country. I remember flying in a helicopter over the forests of northern Minnesota, and seeing the areas burn, 90,000 acres, which was the largest, the Pagami fire, largest Minnesota wildfire in nearly a century. Wildfires, including the Greenwood fire, once again burned across northern Minnesota. And of course, we've been, like so many of the northern states, have been, our people get the air from Canada from those horrendous fires that burned for months and months and months. I'm concerned that recent investments by Congress have led to the Forest Service that have been really important. The Collaborative Wildfire Risk Reduction Program, funding 2 projects in the Superior National Forest to reduce hazardous fuels and create strategic fuel breaks, which I'm sure agrees it's just the kind of thing we need to be doing. Unfortunately, these projects and others carried out by the Forest Service and its partners have been disrupted due to the widespread funding freeze. And so I look forward to hearing from all of you today on this, but also on the Fix Our Forests Act, and ways we should strengthen the bill to ensure that wildfire responses are directed to the areas most in need, changes to the review process are targeted and allow for community input, Senator Bennett mentioned this, and that the Forest Service has the necessary funding and personnel to perform the additional and important wildfire mitigation. So my first question would be of you, Mr. Hawk. Can you discuss the importance of federal funding to accomplish more restoration work, and how does this assistance help counties and other local units carry out wildfire mitigation?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the question. Indeed, as I said in my opening comments, some of the lack of funding and lack of programs, the programs that are being funded are being well utilized, but there's still a shortage of funding and there's still a shortage of resources and capacity on the ground. And so many communities such as mine have had the ability to get projects into the pipeline. Funding and workforce tend to be the issues that get in the way of those. You know, the Good Neighbor Authority, it's very happy to see that. I know you've been a longtime champion of the Good Neighbor Authority.
Exactly.
And thank you.
You're welcome.
In Section 111.
Has like the best name of any bill.
And it's great to see that and I think that's a very positive info for that. It reinstates and restates what the Explore Act covered, which is counties and tribes have the ability to use that Good Neighbor Authority to its best extent. And I would also offer that funding of those kind of programs and expansion of those programs within communities then also allows us, and I think the insurance businesses have seen this, when we can enact higher levels of local regulation around building and wildfire protections, we're leveraging these different inputs in our community for better things that our citizens can take advantage of, and then being able to create fire-wise communities, work in the WUI, and make sure that work is done quickly and efficiently.
Mr. Bim, I've long supported permitting reform as long as it's done in the right way. Currently, many Forest Service projects are carried out using expedited permitting authorities, and any additional flexibilities, I'd like to see a focus on those facing wildfire risk. Are there targeted improvements to the permitting process this committee should consider that could lead to more active forest management?
Well, what I would say is that we have been when I was still working, we worked closely with Fish and Wildlife Service on ESA compliance and other issues with historic preservation, that we really do need to find ways to be more proactive, quicker in that work, and there are some efficiencies I believe we can find. I know the agency was working hard on that, and we could certainly do more with that.
So during your tenure as regional forester of the Rocky Mountain region, did you feel like the Forest Service having fewer staff and resources would help it accomplish more work? I know it's a really tough question.
Yeah, thanks for the softball. No, ma'am. And what I would say additionally is that if I were chief for a day, I'd flip the organization chart upside down and put the districts at the top of our organization. That's where the work's done. That's where we meet people. And these cuts that we've been talking about are just at the wrong place. They're cutting people on the ground that get the work done that we need to have done.
I get it. So if you could look at it, you know, as a manager, you would make them, and if you wanted to make some changes, you would do them in a different way than it's being done now?
Certainly would, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Questions?
I would.
All right,
Thank you
the
very
floor is
much.
yours. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you very much, Ms. Sines, for your story and for being willing to come forward. Do you believe that we need to put in place mechanisms to require online platforms to immediately take down non-consensual and intimate images?
Thank you, Senator. I absolutely do agree. As I mentioned in my testimony earlier, what happens if my photos were to be publicly posted? Again, do I think that big tech would have my back and immediately take it down? No, never. So we absolutely need this in place. So companies, as soon as they see these images, they're immediately taken down. That saves the victim a lot of shame. Imagine you are back in middle school or you're back in high school, and now everybody has a cell phone. You can get on the web at any time. You can screenshot, screen record, share it. Those images aren't just circulating by the predators online. They're circulating through these children's schools.
Yes, exactly. And I thank my colleagues for their work on this important bill. I actually wanted to ask about an additional bill, Mr. Tanego, and that is both Senator Cornyn and I have the SHIELD Act, and Senator Cruz and I have the Take It Down Act, which was actually referred to at the State of the Union, and the First Lady has done a press event supporting the bill. In your written testimony, you called for the codification of a notice and takedown regime in federal law. As you know, these bills create a mechanism through which platforms are required to remove sexual abuse materials from their sites. And it has unanimously, the Take It Down Act has unanimously passed, SHIELD Act passed. Why is it so important that Congress pass into law a requirement that platforms permanently remove sexual abuse imagery from the internet?
Well, thank you so much for that question. I think we've heard from a very brave survivor today about the harm that is done to survivors when their abuse material continues to circulate online. And I think it shouldn't be the responsibility of survivors to have to scour the internet looking for images and videos of their abuse and then repeatedly requesting companies to take it down. I think once they have asked a company to take down their CSAM, the company should absolutely do it, and there should be a law that requires them to do it so that it's not voluntary. But after that, that company is on notice. They know that that image or that video is known CSAM, and they can use technology to prevent the recirculation and re-uploading of that image ever again, and that's what should be required of them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schiller, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota has prioritized combating child sexual exploitation online. In fact, just last month, after an investigation with federal law enforcement, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and the Winona County Sheriff's Office, a man was sentenced to 27 years in prison after targeting more than 60 young girls, primarily between ages 9 and 12, in an online extortion scheme. Based on your experience as a former AUSA, what are the most effective tools that prosecutors currently have to stop the sexual exploitation of kids online, and what are the biggest challenges?
Well, thank you very much, Senator. This Congress and past Congresses have given us wonderful tools when it comes to laws punishing online offenders. We have minimum mandatories. We have online exploitation communities that we can prosecute, and we've got great criminal statutes to do that. But that's only one side of it. We need other tools. And to be honest with you, the Stop CSAM Act gives us some of those other tools. For example, I've had cases where I've had children who were abused by their parents or by other people who are guarding them. They have no guard at all, so we had to get them a guardian ad litem. That becomes a difficult process when the courts have no funding for it. The courts are already strapped as it is financially, so this bill gives them that funding and guarantees those children that protection. Okay. And one other thing that we heard earlier from Mr. Tanego is having a fiduciary. If we have victims outside of our country or incapacitated victims, they need to be able to maintain that restitution when it is finally awarded to them. And this bill, again, does that for them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pizarro. Last question here. And I did have some questions on reporting of you, Ms. DeLon, but I think Senator Blackburn took care of those. So, Mr. Pizarro, could you tell me why it's so important to open the courtroom doors and reform Section 230 for those who suffer harms like the two boys who you described in your testimony?
Well, like the reality is that, again, we've talked about this a while. There's not any penalties, right? So until there are penalties and people have their time in court for that victimization, how are we going to protect them? And ultimately, that's what companies understand. They understand as long as it's not going to cost them, it's a business decision. Ultimately, that is what's going to happen. And ultimately, that's what needs to happen.
Okay, thank you. And I thank the two leaders up here with me as well. Thank you. Thanks, all of you.
I think we've got Senator.
Okay, Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Roth. I enjoyed our discussion in the car as I was driving around Minnesota last week, and I've especially enjoyed your very well-behaved kids. I note that your son asserting his independence with reading the book the entire time was some memory of my own daughter at that age, except she would sit in the front row, I'd be giving a speech, and she would read the book like this. So you have accomplished much that is not happening. So I did enjoy working with you. I know worked with our staff on not just the Low Power Protection Act, but also Brand USA with Senator Blunt, the Sturdy Act, as well as all the work that we did on travel and tourism. So thank you for that. I wanted to follow up on some of the questions on the broadband bill. I never really liked that BEAD name, but I just call it the broadband bill. And I know that my state and many others have invested a lot of energy and capital in complying with the current rules, as they should do, and that we do not want to start from scratch. We don't want to delay this anymore, and we just are worried that anything that would make it more disruptive would be problematic. And if confirmed, how will you ensure that states, including Minnesota, can proceed with their broadband plans as expeditiously as possible?
Thank you, Senator. I realized there was one other bill we worked on together, Virginia Graham Baker.
Oh, that was a big deal on
yeah,
the swimming pools.
Yeah.
It actually saved a lot of lives, yes. That was a big deal.
No, thank you, Senator. If I'm honored to be confirmed, my primary objective would be to get broadband build out to every last American as expeditiously as possible. I think that it's been more than 3 years since the IIJ was passed. I think there's frustration that we haven't made significant progress in getting shovels in the ground. We don't have a single location connected yet. I want to solve that, and I want to get broadband to everyone in America and every single one of your constituents.
Okay, very good. I understand the desire to strip out any needless requirements from the programs, but we must not, in the words of one of the people in the last administration dealing with this, strip away from states the flexibility to get the best connections for their people. If confirmed, would you implement a spending cap on the program? And if so, at what threshold would you set it?
Thank you, Senator. I agree that we should be stripping out red tape and bureaucracy of the program to get the program on track and expedited. In terms of a spending cap, if I would want to speak with NTIA's distinguished career staff to know what, if any, authority NTIA has. I don't have any. I would want to confer with NTIA's distinguished career staff.
Okay. Universal Service Fund, we talked about this on the phone, care a lot about this. Senator Thune and I have done some work on this together. Supreme Court just had their arguments on this. I won't ask you to predict what happened, but it appears there was some concern about throwing out the fund. As we discussed, we have to continue to ensure that we maximize federal resources dedicated to expanding broadband access. I've been working across the aisle to strengthen funding mechanisms for USF, which allows for providers to connect the most hard-to-reach areas to high-speed internet. If confirmed, would you work with me and others on the committee to expand the funding base for universal service?
Thank you, Senator. NTIA doesn't administer the USF. That's the domain of the FCC. Of course, there's a lot of overlap between broadband programs, and I look forward to working with the FCC on the goal of delivering broadband to all Americans and coordinating our efforts. and I would be happy to work with you on any efforts regarding in that domain.
Okay. Last, I know there's been, Chairman asked you about the Spectrum funds. I chair the 911 caucus, am a co-chair of it, and I've led legislation with Senator Cortez Masto to modernize America's 911 system for obvious reasons. People are no longer just dialing in from landlines, and they want to send photos of people, want to get firefighters get pictures of burning buildings on their phones so they can be safer in the specs and which part they enter in a building. Do you believe Congress should leverage spectrum auctions to help modernize our 911 infrastructure?
Thank you, Senator. As a parent who's had to dial 911 before, and God forbid everything was okay and I only had to do it once, I know how important it is to have properly working 911 infrastructure. I know there's challenges in rural areas. I'd be happy to work with you. Ultimately, Congress decides where spectrum auction proceeds go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cantwell.
Senator Baldwin.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, for holding this hearing. Thanks to our witnesses who have traveled to share their perspectives on child nutrition programs, what's working and what we can do to improve them. I have long supported the Whole Milk for Healthy Kids Act. Thank you, Senator Marshall. And this hearing is an important opportunity to underscore the importance of school nutrition and threats to their success. Ensuring kids have access to nutrition foods at school is a win-win. A win for kids, a win for schools, and a win for our farmers who provide healthy and nutritious foods. I will note there's kind of a perfect storm going on right now with the tariffs, which I oppose, these proposed tariffs, with input costs, with weather, which is not in our control, whether it's floods, whether it's tornadoes, and then, of course, with the chaos right now with cuts and with people being terminated and then rehired with avian flu. When I'm out there, I just did a 14-county rural tour, including several small town halls with the Farmers Union, and I really got a sense of where people are coming from. And they aren't activists, they're regular farmers, ranchers, mostly small farmers, and it's a lot going on. And so I would just point out that as one of our witnesses today, Mr. Gorman has said, the funding that we put into school meals is some of the best money that we spend. Not only do school meal programs reduce hunger and promote learning, they also support our local farmers and ranchers at a time when it's probably the very worst time I've seen in decades to step away from that, because the economy is getting to be much more volatile than it was a few months ago. That means people are going to need these programs like the SNAP program, and then you also have the farmers and ranchers that are getting headwinds at them on many different fronts. Over the last decade, we've made significant improvements to child nutrition. The nutrition quality of school lunch and school breakfast has improved, and at the same time, we have worked to streamline school meal programs. Community eligibility has been a tremendous success, eliminating burdensome red tape while increasing the number of schools offering meals. In the 2023-24 school year, nearly 48,000 schools with 23.6 million students participated. Community eligibility has played a key role in allowing Minnesota to offer meals for children. To provide meals to all kids in our state, Minnesota chips in state funds on top of the federal reimbursements to allow every school to offer meals. As this committee looks at federal child nutrition programs, we should ensure changes to the programs improve them rather than take away nutritious foods from kids across the country. Unfortunately, schools, charities, and food banks across the country are facing a loss of these fresh, nutritious foods because of USDA's recent cancellation of local food purchase agreement and local food for school funds. In Minnesota, for example, schools will lose significant funding for local commodities and farmers, like one livestock operator I heard from, are losing critical domestic markets at the same time when retaliatory tariffs, as I just noted, are costing farmers and ranchers greatly across global markets. And the cancellation of additional anti-hunger funding will only exacerbate food insecurity. Our federal nutrition programs are intended to work together, addressing hunger both in school and at home. I led my colleagues in demanding answers about the recent cut to local emergency food providers. If local charities and food pantries cannot meet the needs of the growing number of food insecure kids, school food programs will be asked to do more to ensure our kids aren't going hungry, not less. In the House, cuts to school meal programs through reconciliation are on the table. As the House Ag Committee's $230 billion cut, likely to nutrition programs like SNAP, would be devastating to child nutrition. SNAP is also our largest child nutrition program, serving 15.5 million children in 2022. Cuts to SNAP will also have a direct impact on school meals. Many kids participating in school meals actually do so through SNAP. So cuts to SNAP are also cuts to school meals. And recent proposals to cut SNAP would have kicked nearly 1 million kids off of child nutrition. Well, we can continue to make improvements to our school nutrition programs, and I hope we will have those discussions in the context of a farm bill, which we so sorely need. We shouldn't ignore the progress that we have made, and we can't pretend that the cuts that are currently on the table won't stop that progress dead in the tracks. I hope that we can all agree that we should first do no harm and then build upon what's working. With that, I look very forward to hearing from the witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Holding back the urge to take over the gavel. After our many years together.
No, it's like a well-worn pair of shoes for you. Right?
There you go. Well, thank you, Senator Lee and your staff, Senator Booker and his staff, as well as Senator Welch for putting together this great hearing. I just want to start with you, Mr. Bosbos, because I think your company and others there are just a kind of a remedy of all of this, pro-competition, pro-entrepreneurship. It just shows how enforcing the antitrust laws and having them exist and knowing that they're out there makes a big difference. To me, it's pro-consumer and it's pro-capitalism. And that's why you see such broad political support and interest in all of this, and sometimes frustration that we haven't been able to move some of this legislation because of lobbying that I think actually would have been better for the companies in the first place. We want these companies to exist. We just want a fair marketplace. And so now we're coming at it a different way. And having prevailed in its case to challenge Google's monopoly in the online search market, in which Google controls, as we all know, more than 90% of search queries, the Justice Department has asked the court to stop Google from self-preferencing its online search product within the Android system. This remedy mirrors the prohibitions on anti-competitive self-preferencing that's actually in the bill that Senator Grassley and I have that the company has spent hundreds of millions of dollars against in advertising. How does Google's self-preferencing of its search product within its Android operating system, which runs on more than 40% of the smartphones in the U.S., cement its monopoly over online search?
Thank you so much, Senator, and appreciate everything you said. Google's, on Android devices, it takes more than 10 steps to change your device default search engine. There is no setting on Android devices that just says search engine. It's buried among many different settings and many different apps. As I think other folks on the panel would agree, tech companies are usually really good at designing user interface and settings, and if they want you to click on something, they know very well how to do it. And the opposite is also true. If they don't want you to click on something, if they don't want you to be able to do something, they know very well how to put that together. So, we believe that the sort of self-preferencing on Android is the primary thing preventing Americans from having more privacy and picking DuckDuckGo.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tan, are there other areas within its business that Google is able to self-preference its own adjacent products that the court should consider addressing so that small companies like Y Combinator can compete and innovate?
Absolutely. At Y Combinator and speaking for little tech and startups, we're not asking for a handout. We're not asking for privileged access. We actually want equal access. We want a fair market and a seat at the table to provide choice to consumers. And there are some significant areas. Other senators today mentioned their interest in child safety online. One of the requests for startups I put out on my X feed recently was a request for startups for alternatives using AI to replace YouTube Kids. And one of the things that we discovered is that there are actually Google policies that close this market to new entrants. Startups are actually barred from releasing such an alternative. And as an investor, it is not possible for us to invest in companies that are barred from markets.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Kent, one harm from Google's monopoly, Meta's monopoly, has been a fall in advertising revenue for news publishers, plummeting from $37 billion to less than $9 billion from 2008 to 20, with 1/3 of the newspapers closing since 2005. We have areas that have news deserts now. Meanwhile, Google reported more than $72 billion in ad revenue in just last quarter. You're aware of the bill that Senator Kennedy and I have that advanced through this committee in 23 on a 14-7 vote. AI, of course, can make this even more problematic if things are stolen and stories are stolen and we don't have any kind of procedure in place. Why is it so important that this and other remedies to protect news publishers are adopted by courts? And why is news content so valuable to platforms such as Google? That's a softball.
Thank you for that question. The fixing of the problem that there's really no bargaining power for news publishers was I think, germane to your bill, and I think it's really important to the remedies that are on trial in a few weeks for Google search. And I see a lot of actual inspiration in those remedies from the work that you and the committee did. It's critically important. I think we all understand the value of a free and plural press. The ability for Google not only to control the discovery, but to actually absorb all of the data from news to both instruct its search engine, both how the queries respond, how the clicks are able to be recorded at scale that nobody else can touch, is critically important to its discovery engine and to the future of AI, and that came out in the courtroom too. There's like 15% of the queries on Google every day that have never been seen before by anybody. They're completely new keywords that have never been entered in a prompt before. And Google knows how to respond to those better than anybody because they have the context for that query, and they get it a lot of times from news publishers, and they don't pay for it. And that's a problem.
Thank you. And I'll have some additional questions on the record for you, Ms. Harper, and you, Professor. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you to you.
Thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
Well, thank you much, Chairman. I just want to start by expressing my deepest sympathies and appreciation to those who are here today who lost loved ones. We just lost a Minnesotan, Wendy Jo Schaefer, in the tragic midair collision in Washington, D.C. And my thoughts are with all of you, and I hope we can make this better. As Chair Cruz noted in his opening statement, there was a recent close call unrelated to Boeing involving a Delta jet that was filled with Minnesotans, including a member of my staff, that came within 500 feet of a military plane. I actually talked to the DOD over the weekend, Mr. Chairman, and they have assured me this is going to be an immediate FAA investigation. From what I understand, this was not about the airline, and we have to figure out what went wrong here. So my questions of you, Mr. Ortberg, thank you for being here. In your testimony, you discussed the efforts to elevate Boeing's safety and quality culture and how you have engaged workers in the process, generating 26,000 improvement ideas from employees. Could you talk about how you have what work you've done on open communications, and how are you ensuring that employees continue to speak out on issues when they see them?
Thank you, Senator.
the culture change and allowing people to speak up is critically important to me, and I think to the success of the long term of the Boeing company. We've made significant changes in our business processes to get people, as I mentioned, closer to the people building and designing the aircraft. We've initiated a culture change process within the company, which, again, I believe culture starts with the values and behaviors at the top, the leadership. We need to walk the talk, and people need to see that in the organization. We're putting those values and behaviors into our performance management system so that people are evaluated and their annual performance is determined based on how they exhibit those values and behaviors. We're putting it in our training programs so that we're training our leaders. We're also making leadership selection decisions based on how do these people exhibit the behaviors in the company.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead. You have one more thing.
My experience is that once people understand what behaviors are acceptable, they tend to align to them. It's when we have a leadership that maybe is not exhibiting the behaviors that are on the poster on the wall, but not exhibiting those. People are smart. They figure out how to understand what they're really being rewarded on. So we're really working to change that culture, and I think get to a culture where people feel free to speak about issues and communicate across their team so that we can get issues resolved quickly before they turn into bigger issues.
Thank you. We also have the issue of pipeline of workers, and Wall Street Journal did a report on this just last year. Senator Moran and I got included in the FAA reauthorization, our bill that created a new grant program to train aircraft manufacturing technical workers. Could you talk about what you've done to make sure that we're getting in more workers and what we should be doing better on that front?
Senator, we spend a lot of activity in early STEM education, supporting STEM-related activities to try to get more young students into STEM fields to support the work that we need. Our workforce is relatively stable right now, which is good. I think we came out of COVID and had significant workforce demand. We've been through that. Our focus right now is on training and ensuring the people that we've brought in are effective and efficient in what they're doing.
Thank you. Just one last question. Following the Alaska Airlines Flight 1282, the door blowout, can you walk through what the enhanced oversight, because since then you've been under this enhanced oversight, walk through it very quickly compared to the previous oversight, FAA oversight?
So there's additional formal inspections being done at Boeing. There's more formal inspections being done at Wichita. Every door, whether it's a door plug or an active door, is going through additional inspection to make sure there's no workmanship errors that would require rework at a later date in our production facility. And as I said, we're seeing very good improvement in the overall quality of the fuselages, and particularly around any door-related issues. We've added significant amount of inspection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Moran.
Okay, that was a lot. Let me start with a few things. Number one, we love the democracy, and I believe what we should be having is a civil debate about how we can best, if Donald Trump wants to make changes to the government, we should be doing it in a legal way, not how he's doing it. And the only reason there's all these injunctions, Senator Cruz, is because he's violating the Constitution. Why would Trump-appointed judges...
Why don't you file them in red districts?
Senator Cruz.
Why... What did you just say?
Why don't you file them in red districts? Why are the Democrat attorneys general seeking out left-wing, blue, single
quite
patient with Senator Cruz's activity in this building.
Senator Whitehouse.
He's entitled to...
I'm just going to ask for a point of order.
Madam Klobuchar, Senator Klobuchar.
Senator Moody, we have debates on this committee. They occur regularly.
Let's let her have her time, and then we'll get back to that. If you want to wait, we'll get back to you, Senator Cruz.
She's welcome to
Senator
answer the question or
Go
not.
ahead.
It's her choice.
Go ahead.
I'm so
and I would
excited
encourage
to
you
be
to answer.
following Senator Cruz once again.
Excuse me?
But I will say
Excuse
this.
me? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
To be following him. He and I have a long
I was permitting you your time to continue. To be following him in order. Excuse me. Go ahead, Senator Klobuchar.
During hearing.
Go ahead, Senator
That's what I'm
Klobuchar.
referring to.
Go ahead.
And I will take more than my time, since he's taken more than his time to yell at me.
Go
So
ahead.
what I
I'll
will
mark the
say
time.
is that
I'm not yelling. I asked a question.
Senator Cruz, please. I'll give you time. Senator Klobuchar, I've got the time, and you're be allotted the
I
time.
am making the strong case that the reason all these cases have been filed, and the reason that these judges who have been appointed by Ronald Reagan, yes, they still exist, and the Bushes and Donald Trump, judges appointed by Donald Trump, have been making these decisions is because this is not legal. Donald Trump himself has used his social media account, the White House account, to post an image of himself wearing a crown saying, "Long live the king." The issue is that we do not live in a kingdom, and Elon Musk is not his court jester. Ours is a nation of laws in which no one is above the law. That is why 39 different judges from vastly different backgrounds, appointed by 5 different presidents, have made clear that these are illegal actions. And these judges have rightly blocked these actions. And it is important that we not lose sight of the underlying cause of these injunctions. It is not that these judges are crooked or lunatics or evil. Those are words used by the president and his allies. It is because the administration is violating the Constitution. What happens when they use these kinds of words? You see more and more threats against judges. And that is what we're seeing. That is why federal judges and the U.S. Marshals, who are responsible for protecting them, are sounding the alarm about a spike in threats against judges. This is serious. And unlike what Senator Cruz said, I'm remembering when the threat was made, the horrific threats, and the man was in Justice Kavanaugh's, on his neighborhood, on his street. On a bipartisan basis, we came together and got more funding for the judges and changed things so that they had more protection. So what he said was completely untrue in terms of Democrats and Republicans decrying violence. We didn't just decry the violence, we actually did something about it in response to a court that is run by Justice Roberts, who is a Republican appointee. So I think that kind of language actually makes the situation worse when it's not even true. But unfortunately, Senator Cruz left, so he did not hear my response to what was a lie. President Trump's attacks on these judges has made for some major, major risks for these judges. I would ask you, Mr. Panuccio, and not in a partisan way, just normal, as a partner in a law firm, have you ever taken to social media to personally attack a judge who ruled against you? That's all my question is.
Senator, thanks for the question. I think that attacking judges personally and not their reasoning, well, let me just give you a quote. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price.
I've asked
you. Want to know, you won't know what hit you if you go forward with those awful decisions. That was something that Senator Schumer said, and I thought it was awful, and it unleashed a wave of violent threats against Supreme Court justices. I do think that's problematic, that kind of language.
I have no doubt the language is a problem on the left or right. I was just asking you if you have ever personally attacked a judge after you disagreed with the ruling. I'm asking you.
I have
if
not.
You did it. Thank you. And you believe that the proper recourse is to appeal when you disagree with the ruling?
When I disagree with a ruling on behalf of a client, I appeal.
Thank you. That was all I wanted. I was not going to criticize you. I believed that you would not have done this. And so that is my point. When people do this, and right now we have not just a random person on social media doing it, we have the President of the United States doing it. And I would just ask you, Professor Vladeck, in your opinion, are the judges who ruled against the president radical and rogue judges?
No, and just if I might, even though he has also left the room, Senator Schmidt suggested it was statistically impossible that Chief Judge Boasberg has been assigned to multiple cases in the D.C. District Court. I think that rhetoric is highly inflammatory, in addition to being just mathematically incorrect. There are 31 different cases in the D.C. District Court alone in which D.C. district judges have ruled against the administration. There are 11 or 12 active district judges. The notion that one of those judges would have multiple of those cases is not statistically impossible, it's statistically certain.
And if the president does not want to have judge rule against him, isn't the answer that he just follows the law?
One would think, but I think we live in a bit of an upside-down world at the moment.
Okay, so this hearing was titled in a very academic fashion, Universal Injunctions. And we can make it all academic if we want. Clearly we haven't with Senator Cruz's remarks. But I just want to make the point that this has a real consequence, that these cases that are coming before these judges. This is outside of their decision, which is based on the law and the facts. Sometimes they've ruled with the president, sometimes they've ruled against the president. But just to get it so people understand this isn't just some academic exercise about injunctions and if they're a good thing to have legally. Last month, a federal judge blocked the administration's plan to slash NIH funding for medical research. Could you talk about the impact if the judge had not been able to issue a nationwide injunction?
Sure. So Senator, briefly, because I know our time is limited, NIH hands out thousands and thousands and thousands of grants. If you required the recipients of each grant to litigate the rescission of each of those grants on a retail basis, you would have gaps in cancer research. You'd have gaps in all kinds of work by the National Institutes of Health, because it's not possible that those thousands of the mass action by the government could be challenged on a retail basis in federal courts.
Thank you so much. And
could I get a second round
Senator
of questions?
Klobuchar, I allowed you to go way over your time in order to make up, and I wrote it down.
Round?
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to both of you for being here. You win the prize as the best name for a nominee, Ms. Trustee. I just wanted to have one follow-up from Senator Fisher's questions, because I care a lot about universal service. Senator Thune and I have worked a lot on that together. How do you think the FCC should modernize the USF to ensure its long-term sustainability?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I know that there are a number of proposals on the table, whether it comes from identifying a specific, predictable, or sufficient funding resource to ensure the Universal Service Fund can continue to meet connectivity needs across the country. There are proposals about a federal appropriation or looking to other private sector entities to contribute to the contribution base. I think all of those things should be discussed between the FCC and Congress to ensure we can continue meeting connectivity needs across the country.
Thank you. As you know, I work with Senator Wicker on the Data Act to improve the accuracy of the FCC's broadband availability maps, but we know more work needs to be done. If confirmed, how will you continue to work to ensure the accuracy of the maps?
Thank you, Senator. So, I was on this committee when the Broadband Data Act was passed with the goal of making sure we knew where broadband is available, where it's not, to better target resources to unserved areas. As a part of that law, there's an opportunity for a challenge process where folks can challenge the accuracy of the data, which I think can help improve the accuracy of the maps. I also think the FCC should work with private sector stakeholders who produce their own maps to inform the accuracy of the maps so that we can better target resources to areas who remain unserved, or who remain served.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And as you know, care a lot about giving the broadband funding out. We've talked to a number of nominees about that. And then I'll ask you a question writing on 911. So okay.
Thank you,
thank
Senator.
you. Mr. Isaacman, welcome. And we had a good talk over the phone. I mentioned STEM was really important to me. I was looking back in 2017, President Trump signed into law. I remember because Senator Fisher called me from the White House. She was there and she said, "What is this bill of yours he's signing into law?" Because she happened to be there. And they did an event. So it was a bill authorizing the NASA administrator to encourage women to study STEM. It's called the Inspire Women Act, and pursue careers in aerospace. Could you talk about promoting the STEM workforce and in your role, if confirmed as NASA administrator, how you can inspire more people to go into STEM in general? Just coming off the robotics competition in Minnesota on Saturday. Thank you. I was there.
Understood, Senator. First step is I'm still working on getting my two daughters to want to grow up and enter into the STEM fields. I've tried with spaceflight, and I will get there. I would love to answer that really in two parts. I think the first thing is it is a fundamental obligation of NASA to inspire the next generation to want to be scientists, engineers, astronauts, pilots, doctors, researchers. And I think the best way NASA can do that is by executing on its mission. I mean, that is what's going to have children want to dress up as astronauts and scientists for Halloween, is to get back to the moon, to get to Mars, and to inspire the world with whatever the replacement is someday for James Webb that gives us 100 times the resolution. The second part, ma'am, is what I mentioned in my opening remarks about NASA being a force multiplier for science. Once we inspire them in their youth to want to grow up and join this grand endeavor, we want to get them hands-on in their various academic institutions. I think NASA can lend its expertise, its talent, its bulk buying of rockets, its standard bus architecture, and get academic institutions to want to contribute, whether it's building probes or sensors, get them hands-on so when they graduate, they want to join the greatest space agency in the world.
Very good. You know, I think not just with space, but also with medical developments right now because of a combination of mapping of the human genome. I'm home of Mayo Clinic, Minnesota, as well as the potential of AI to do good when it comes to things like rare diseases. We're just on this cusp of scientific development kind of bursting out. And I do get concerned about some of these cuts to science-based research and agencies across the government, not just space-related. Will you be an advocate for science within the administration?
Yes, ma'am. I do believe the president is looking to usher in a golden age of science and discovery. Personally, I just spent a few days ago with 40 different science and researchers sharing the results from my most recent mission to space. I'm passionate about science. I'd love nothing more than to continue to see NASA go out and try and unlock the secrets of the universe.
Thank you.
Phenomenal plugs for Minnesota in that questioning.
Always find a way. You'll learn that soon, Mr. Marino.
So Senator Moran, see if you can top that for Kansas.
Well, that wasn't what I intended to talk about, but I'm happy to promote my state and have to. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll start with you, Mr. Westhill, just to finish up here. At its founding, President Lincoln referred to USDA as the People's Department. As Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights, if confirmed, you would be responsible for ensuring USDA and its agencies comply with all civil rights laws. If confirmed, what is your plan to ensure compliance with civil rights laws, especially with respect to farm programs, and will you work to rebuild the relationship with farmers who have been involved with civil rights issues and have long distrusted the department?
Senator, thank you for the question. I'll start with sort of the latter part of the question. I'm absolutely committed to building relationships with all customers and employees at USDA. Any who want to do business with USDA should be able to do that on equal footing, and you have my commitment there. When it comes to enforcing civil rights and ensuring folks understand their rights and responsibilities around those things, I don't think it's rocket science. It's a pretty clear playbook. One, communicate from the top to the bottom that civil rights will be vigorously enforced, that it's a priority. Secondly, ensure that folks understand their rights and responsibilities. You know, it's important to have a robust proactive prevention technique, plan. And then finally, to hold folks accountable, to really show that you're enforcing those civil rights. So when opportunities come to investigate very deeply any issues that come to light, that you're doing those things and that everyone at USDA, the employees and the customers understand that you're taking those things seriously.
Okay, the 2018 Farm Bill requires the USDA in law to conduct civil rights impact analysis with respect to USDA employment programs activities. If confirmed, will you commit to analyzing adverse or disproportionate impact with respect to proposed program changes or reorganizations at USDA, including conducting a civil rights impact analysis?
I think it's critical to ensure that any major programs at USDA are evaluated for civil rights issues, and I'm committed to ensuring that we do that at USDA, as I did in my in this role in the first term.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lindberg, what opportunities do you see for market expansion in other countries for American ag products?
Senator, thanks again for the question, and thank you for spending some time with me prior to this. I appreciated our conversation leading up to this hearing today. I believe there's a number of markets that American agricultural producers should be taking advantage of that are currently not at full capacity. India would be my top priority for a market that we should be doing better in. 1.4 billion consumers in India. I'm excited to hear this morning that Secretary Besant is making progress on a trade deal with India. But one of the markets that concerns me the most is the $23.6 billion trade deficit we have with the European Union. And the basket of goods that we produce and the basket of goods they produce is too eerily similar, and the trade deficit is too wide that we should have more market access for our producers in the European Union. Okay. 2 examples.
Thank you. And hopefully we can do a trade agreements with other countries. I think you all know was a fan of the USMCA. There's still work that has to be done on dairy and other improvements. But to me, that's the way we should be going instead of where we are. And by the way, I was also pleased with the change in India on frozen turkey during the last administration. I understand that's still in place. But I recently led 18 of our colleagues in pressing the U.S. Trade Representative on the impacts that the president's tariff agenda will have on farmers seeking clarity. And I'd like to ask that the letter be entered in the record.
Without objection.
So I think you know, Mr. Lindberg, there's many, this is a Minnesota euphemism, strong personalities surrounding the president and giving advice on trade. How will you advocate for American farmers and be a voice for preserving and expanding new export markets?
Thank you, Senator. I did read the letter you submitted to Ambassador Greer, and I look forward to working with the ambassador. When I was chief of staff at the Export-Import Bank, Ambassador Greer was chief of staff at USTR, the first Trump administration. I have similarly several colleagues in the Commerce Department, incoming, as well as in the Treasury Department, which are the 3 lead organizations right now on trade negotiations. I look forward to working closely with each of them to ensure that our farmers' voices are well represented in those discussions.
And I appreciated our discussion on export promotion programs, and I know you talked to the chairman about that. Will you also commit to ensuring that RAP, the Regional Agriculture Promotion Program, remains in place for export market development?
I will absolutely commit to the fact that we need to have programs that help reduce our trade deficit, and the export promotion programs help us do that.
Thank you. How can USDA work to make domestic specialty crop growers more competitive when facing cheaper imports? And I think we all know maybe this shouldn't even be called specialty crops. It's like potatoes, tomatoes, things we eat might be a better way to describe it. Could you just answer about the cheaper imports, what's going on that front?
Sure. So our specialty crop producers absolutely should be exporting more in their own right. Secretary Rollins recently announced that the technical expertise that the Foreign Ag Service offers to our specialty crop producers and the foreign markets they sell into to provide, making sure that there are no non-tariff barriers on those export markets is something that I look forward to working on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Happy to be the warm-up act for Senator Rounds. I want to thank you for holding these important, holding the hearing for these important nominations for these USDA positions. I want to thank Mr. Lindberg and Mr. Westhill for being with us today. Pleased to see your families are here today, including Mr. Lindberg's wife, Brittany, and his children, John, Mark, and Lucy. And I see that Lucy already is matching the political smarts of her family by dressing to match her grandma, as well as Mr. Westhill's wife, Michelle, his children, Madeline and Benjamin. I have to say, Madeline, you may be the most stylish looking child that's ever come before this committee. Thank you. Mr. Lindberg, you have been nominated to serve as the Undersecretary for Trade and Foreign Ag Affairs, which, as we know, oversees USDA trade policy. based on our meeting. I believe you are well qualified for this role, given the work you've done in state, and have a real understanding of the importance of trade for American farmers. You are coming to this position at a critical time. If confirmed, you will need to be a strong advocate for farmers and ranchers and for expanding markets in the face of what I consider, not speaking for everyone up here, but chaotic trade policy. Farming is the riskiest business there is. As we meet today, farmers in my state and across the country are eager to get into the fields to plant this year's crop. I saw this firsthand when I met with the Johnsons in Faribault County recently. They have to make business decisions right now to try to provide certainty. Can they break even? They've got input costs, they've got weather events, they've got an international market that is now completely uncertain because of these tariffs. They need markets to sell their product. 20% of what American farmers and ranchers produce goes outside of our country. There are so many customers now and potential customers. We have had 3 out of the last 4 years were record years for ag exports. My state is 4th in the nation for ag exports, so I know a little bit about this. But this reckless tariff policy right now is putting farmers' livelihoods in jeopardy. And we continue, I know we all do, to hear about the negative impacts. What really bothers me about this is some of the big guys, the big companies, you know, Tim Cook can get into the White House, great, save the phones, but the soybean farmer in a little county in Minnesota doesn't have that phone number, can't get into that meeting at Wall Street with the Treasury Secretary. So I'm just afraid that the smaller farmers and ranchers are going to be roadkill if this isn't resolved as soon as possible. The top 3 countries targeted for tariffs, Mexico, Canada, and China, are also our top 3 ag export markets and account for half of all U.S. ag exports. We're already seeing retaliation, and our farmers have said they want aid, not trade. And I do appreciate, again, you, Mr. Lindbergh, and our discussions about the need to make sure that we have export markets because there's so many opportunities out there, and we need to get this settled as soon as possible. We're also considering your nomination, Mr. Westill. This is a critically important position where you'll be tasked with ensuring that every farmer and every USDA employee is treated with the respect and fairness that they deserve. Historically, the USDA has not always done so, both for the farmers it serves and the federal workers dedicating their careers to public service. Despite progress made in recent years, we know there's more work to be done, and this is particularly important as we see some of the actions from this administration. I appreciated our conversation very much, and as you know, I expressed concerns, some of which you'll hear today, about some of the ongoing issues with civil rights, but I do look forward to hearing from you today. Welcome you and your family to this committee room. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was up till 1 a.m. watching the Timberwolves beat the LA Lakers, just for the record. Kind of a surprise in that series. We're very excited. So
the Cavs are ready for you.
Okay, great. So I appreciate your background very much and your commitment to science and economic opportunity. I view this being from a state with 15 Fortune 500 companies, 4th for ag exports, Mayo Clinic, a big medical device presence, that we're literally on this cusp of economic expansion, or we're on it, I should say, with everything from mapping of the human genome to the work that's been done on AI. If we, long as I'm going to ask about this, put some rules in place. But I am concerned, and my colleagues have asked you about this, just about these tariffs setting us backwards with the rest of the world. I cannot tell you how concerned I am about this, because not everyone, you know, Tim Cook can get into the White House, but my little company down that makes high chair stuff, Busy Baby, she can't get in there, and she can't get at the investment meetings, doesn't know which tariffs are going to change, what's going to happen. And so I just hope you'll be a voice on that front. So first question I have, National Science Foundation grants, and the administration has cut off hundreds of these grants, including at the University of Minnesota. And this scientific research going on again, very exciting. Will you commit to funding the NSF, and will you commit to restoring funding for the NSF grants?
Commerce doesn't fund NSF. I'm reasonably familiar because when I was undersecretary, and we also do work with NSF at South Pole and elsewhere. And so certainly NSF's a very important aspect to funding research, but I don't have that scope.
Will you be an advocate for it was probably the better words.
I will certainly be supporting S&T and investment. And I think, as you know, Senator, when the sequester was lifted last time, the president signed the quantum bill, the AI bill, and so on. And I was certainly a part of both supporting that and executing on that.
Speaking of AI, we've had a lot of bipartisan work over here, still haven't really passed. Senator Thune and I have a base bill for non-defense applications of AI. Talk about what your priorities would be for AI. I'm just concerned that we haven't put in place any guardrails, and that could actually set everyone back if we don't do that.
So it's a long topic, having Bill.
You can't filibuster.
I'll try to stay narrow, Senator. The opportunity set for AI is so incredibly broad. I think it's very important to allow every medical device maker and every company out there to look at AI for operations and allow people to expand. I'm on the board of Dominion Energy, which is currently, I'll be resigning if I'm so lucky to be confirmed, but using AI for utility operations, for dispatching power plants, storms. You could use this for weather, so getting to NOAA.
Got it.
There's a long list, and want to try to facilitate all the different opportunities, including within the scope of commerce.
Yes, and I just would hope that you would be an advocate, I can ask this more in writing, just for some rules of the road in place. Because even the companies want this, and we can talk about it more back and forth or meet about it. Okay, rural exports, Senator Hoeven and I passed legislation on this. We have the Foreign Commercial Service, but in a lot of areas, they don't have a big company might have, full-time trade expert on a certain part of the world. And this Rural Export Center in Fargo assists rural small businesses to access international markets. And you may not be familiar with the details, but would you commit to supporting the work of the Commerce Department with rural exports?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. We talked about Chips and Science Broadband program. Had a confirmation come through this committee on that. We, as you know, we allocated a lot of money, hasn't really gone out quite yet. We don't want to get back into that whole history, but we do have to get it out. And are you committed to getting that funding out to the states and to work?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You, Senator Fetterman. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. Good thought, Senator Fetterman. Thank you. So you guys have been sitting here so long that the Pope has been chosen.
Wow.
Well, we don't know who.
Congratulations, Amy.
The white smoke has come up.
Congratulations.
What? Oh, stop. You're welcome. Probably wouldn't work. But in any case, it was, I left for some other things, came back because I had one more question that I wanted to ask, and it's related to just the whole deepfake issue, just because Senator Blackburn and Senator Coons and Senator Tillis and I worked on this really hard, and Blackburn and Coons are in the lead of the bill. But we have recently seen deepfake videos of Al Roker promoting a cure for high blood pressure, a deepfake of Brad Pitt asking for money from a hospital bed. Sony Music has worked with platforms to remove more than 75,000 songs with unauthorized deepfakes, including voices of Harry Styles, Beyonce. I recently met, it's not just famous people, there is a Grammy-nominated artist from Minnesota, talked to him about what's going on with digital replicas. So there's a real concern, and it kind of gets at what Senator Schatz and I were talking about earlier with the news bill. But I just wanted to make you all aware of this legislation because there were some differences on this, and now we have gotten a coalition, including YouTube, supporting it, as well as the Recording Industry Association, Motion Picture Association, SAG-AFTRA. So it's a big deal, and I'm hoping it's something that you will all look at. But could you just comment, I would go to you, Mr. Smith first, about protecting people from having their likenesses replicated through AI without permission. And even if you all pledge to do it, our obvious concern is that there will maybe other companies that wouldn't. And that's why I think as we look at what these guardrails are, the protection of digital people's digital rights should be part of this. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, no, I think you're right to point to it. It has become a growing area of concern. During the presidential election last year, both campaigns, both political parties were concerned about the potential for deep fakes to be created. We worked with both campaigns and both parties to address that. We see it being used in really ways that I would call abusive. Including of celebrities and the like. I think it starts with an ability to identify when something has been created by AI and is not a genuine, say, photographic or video image. And we do find that AI is much more capable at doing that than, say, the human eye and human judgment. I think it's right that there be certain guardrails, and some of these we can apply voluntarily. We've been doing that across the industry. OpenAI and Microsoft were both part of that last year. And there are certain uses that probably should be considered across the line and therefore should be unlawful. And I think that's where the kinds of initiatives that you're describing have a particularly important role to play.
And could you look at that legislation?
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Mr. Altman, just same question, same thing.
Sorry, of course we'd be happy to look at the legislation. I think this is a big issue and it's one coming quickly. I do not believe, I think there's a few areas to attack it. You can talk about AI that generates content, platforms that distribute it, how takedowns work, how we educate society and how we build in robustness to expect this is going to happen. I do not believe it will be possible to stop the generation of the content. I think open source, open weight models are a great thing on the whole and something we need to pursue. But it does mean that there's going to be just a lot of these models floating around that can do this. The mass distribution, I think it's possible to put some more guardrails in place, and that seems important. But I don't want to neglect the sort of societal education piece. I think with every new technology, there's some sort of, almost always some sort of new scams that come. The sooner we can get people to understand these, be on the lookout for them, talk about this as a thing that's coming and then a thing that's happening, I think the better. People are very quickly understanding that content can be AI generated and building new kinds of defenses in their own minds about it. But still, if you get a call and it sounds exactly like someone you know and they're panicked and they need help, or if you see a video that is like the videos you talked about, this gets at us in a very deep psychological way. And I think we need to build societal resilience because this is coming.
Mm-hmm. It's coming, but we can. There's got to be some ways to protect
we should do
people's
everything
privacy
for sure.
rights, and you've got to have some way to either enforce it, damages, whatever. There's just not going to be any consequences.
Absolutely, we should have all of that. Bad actors still don't always follow the laws, and so I think we need an additional shield, or whenever we can have them. But yes, we should absolutely protect that.
All right, we'll look forward to working with you on it. Thank you.
So I have to say, Senator Klobuchar's question about fakes and AI fakes made me feel guilty, because I did in fact tweet out an AI-generated picture of Senator Fetterman as the Pope of Greenland. So I am guilty of doing so, although it may not be a fake. It may be a real...
Hey, parody is allowed under the law. Parody is allowed. That is different than what I'm talking about. But Senator Fetterman should respond.
Yeah.
No.
It may be real. It's a good shot, actually.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Start with you, Mr. Fogel. Enjoyed our discussion yesterday. As I explained, I've long done work in the area with foreign commercial service, and really believe that it's a opportunity for, especially for small businesses that may not have full-time trade experts, to access markets. And I have numerous examples from my own state that we discussed. National Rural Export Center in Fargo. You wouldn't think I'd be asking about Fargo, but it's right next to Minnesota, to the point I call it Moorhead Fargo, but Senator Hoeven may disagree. So Senator Hoeven and I have been leading efforts to permanently establish a rural export center within the U.S. Commercial Service to help rural businesses export their products. I suggested that at some point you should talk to him about it. Could you talk about the importance of rural exports and the work that's done in the department, in the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service when it comes to rural?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. And like you said, it was great speaking with you yesterday. Look, the Foreign Commercial Service plays an essential role in trade, and you mentioned the rural export centers. Agriculture is a key issue. It's a priority of President Trump. The agriculture trade deficit went up significantly in the last 4 years, and he has made it a priority to bring that down. We're already starting to see results with the UK, and I think we'll see more with other trade framework deals that the president and his team will enter into. But there is a big role for the Foreign Commercial Service, the U.S. Commercial Service, to play. What they do, as you alluded to, is help educate small businesses in particular, but all businesses, for exports, what markets to export to, how to deal with non-tariff barriers, import restrictions, et cetera. And as we talked about, if you're a small business owner and you've never exported before, you really need expertise to help get you over the hump.
Of course, I am very concerned about the effect of these tariffs. I'm not going to spend my precious 5 minutes on this. Maybe I'll ask you more later, just on farming. When soybeans especially, already the market in China was down to only 20% of the market. The rest went to Brazil from the last Trump administration, and now they're concerned they're going to lose it all over. So I hope that we can get in a better place, but it's been a real problem for farmers. Next up, Mr. Gleason. Last year, Amtrak launched the new, I don't know if you know about this, the Borealis line, which runs along the Empire Builder route. And they added a second daily train from St. Paul to Chicago. There was only one, and that was always a problem when there was just one. And interestingly enough, there's 11 stops in between. The ridership exceeded expectations. It's reached 100,000 riders in the first 5 months. And in your testimony, you discussed the economic importance of passenger rail to the towns they serve. This stop, as I said, 11 stops, 3 are in Minnesota, St. Paul, Red Wing, home of Red Wing shoes, and Winona. Will you commit to working to improve and maintain passenger rail on long-distance route that connect rural areas to urban centers?
Absolutely, and you know, that story of the Borealis is amazing, and it just shows that the people of America, they'll ride the trains if they're there. So absolutely, I am committed to that.
Okay. There's another train that we're looking at. It's been long in the making. It's along an existing route that I asked you to look at if you're confirmed. It's Northern Lights Express. It's in Representative Stauber's district, pretty much in northern Minnesota, Republican representative, but it goes from the Twin Cities up to Duluth. It's not running yet, but it's something that was one of the, next up situations which would not involve building a lot of track. It is existing use for shipping and the like, and there's many colleges up in Duluth. It's a kind of a growing area and big tourist area, and also the same thing, routes along the way. There's a lot of interest, so if you could look at that, I would appreciate that.
Certainly.
Thank you. And then last up, Mr. Fink, blocked rail crossings, always been one of my priorities just because we have so much shipping going on in Minnesota. We're the 4th biggest ag exporter in the country. We've got tons of other manufacturing things we're making. We go to ports, the Port of Duluth a lot, and then we go down the river, down the Mississippi River. And as you noted in your testimony, FRA's grant programs are a way to ensure safety and efficiency. The Railroad Crossing Elimination Grant does just that by supporting projects that eliminate at-grade crossing. We've had a number of really positive projects where we've eliminated a rail crossing where there have been a lot of deaths or accidents by going under underpasses, overpasses, you name it. Do you commit to addressing blocked railways and ensuring funds appropriated to the RCE are spent as directed by Congress?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. In my previous
job, the majority of the questions I would get from congressional staff was, why is your train blocking our crossing? So I understand it from the railroad side, and now I'm going to learn it from the FRA side. It's important. My interview with Secretary Duffy, that's the second question he asked me, why can't railroads not block crossings? And we explained some of the idiosyncrasies of that. That's going to be an important continued data gathering. I think the grant programs are important, and we've seen some real progress. And I think this technology is another piece of where technology will be able to help us with block crossings. You have my commitment. We're going to be working on that right away.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll ask you, Mr. Kenton, questions in writing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Duckworth, Senator Duckworth, for your leadership as well. We have been rightfully focused on the tragedy, the loss of life with the American Airlines flight, but as been pointed out by my colleagues, so many problems at Newark, and as I go into the summer season, it's hard to believe that they won't get worse. And then just across the country. There was one incident, a near miss, recently. It was on March 28th between a Delta flight and a military aircraft shortly after the tragedy, actually, where the military flight was just 500 feet below the Delta flight. And the Delta pilot said, I'm paraphrasing, but it was picked up from air traffic control. Is there actually a flight 500 feet below us? That flight was headed to Minneapolis, contained a bunch of Minnesotans, families. One of my staff members was on that flight. And I had asked and I appreciated that the DOT got back to me close after it, but I'm still waiting for a final answer about what happened. Do you know, could any of you give me a timeline on that?
Yes, ma'am, I believe I can. So what
Okay.
occurred was the military flight was doing a national flyover over Arlington, and it was opposite direction to departure traffic at DCA. Potomac TRACON, which is the radar approach control that feeds all the aircraft into DCA, was working the military flight. And there was a communication exchange between the supervisor at Potomac and the supervisor at DCA. And what I mean is the Potomac supervisor coordinated with DCA to stop departures at a certain time. And that stop time is you stop departures and let the flyover proceed. You sterilize the airspace essentially to keep traffic safe. The controller or the CIC that was at DCA misunderstood the time or misunderstood the verbiage on what that stop time was. So they let one more aircraft go versus holding that aircraft on the ground. In reviewing that, we said we have to clean up the phraseology and how we give times to ensure that we know exactly which aircraft we're going to stop and keep that kind of incident from occurring. So what we did, we put both of those facilities together along with the management team to ensure that we had a better process in place to keep that from happening again. So that was unfortunately an event that happened, but we improved the procedures to keep something like that from happening again, ma'am.
Okay. And then what about, as you look at changing the processes and protocols, how about the number of people that are working there? In general, what are the FAA's hiring targets for the next 3 years when it comes to air traffic control for 2026, 2027, 2028?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. So this year is 2,000. Next year, it's 2,200. The following year, it's 2,300. And the year after that, it's 2,400. Those are the FAA hiring goals. And it's quite robust, but with Secretary Duffy's supercharged hiring, I believe that that's a target that, quite honestly, we will achieve.
And so how many down will we be even with those targets?
So for the first time, are you asking me if 100% staffing, or do you think we're going to have further attrition?
100% staffing.
So right now, I believe the number is that we're 3,000 short controllers, I believe is what the number was. And right now we have 3,100 trainees that are in the pipeline. We have to account for attrition, meaning we're going to see controllers retire, controllers separate. With the numbers that I'm speaking to, I think we'll finally start gaining traction this year where we outpace attrition, and then we'll start seeing over the next 18 to 24 months where we actually see a positive gain in the controllers and we start we start feeling better about where our staffing targets are and how we're staffing the facility. Senator Klobuchar, I'm sure you can appreciate that it takes time to make a quality air traffic controller. It's a high-skilled position. The average time to certify across the country is approximately 2 years from when they graduate. So it's going to take some time to get this process done and make sure we have.
It's one of the reasons, as we look at the FAA reauthorization from a year ago, that we decided on a bipartisan basis to add funding. And it's just one of the things that bothers me outside of the air traffic control world is just when the administration engages on attacks on government employees just wholesale, or says, hey, we want everyone to be fired that's only been there 2 years, or whatever it is, it doesn't exactly make it an enticing place to work. And so I hope you bring that back to the administration in general, because it just keeps happening. And then people don't want to work there. They don't think they have job security. It doesn't seem like a great place to go. And then we don't get people that work there. And then you don't get medical devices approved, or you don't get planes to leave on time, or worse. And so that's just one of the things I want to pass on. I have one last question, Mr. Chair. It's very short. Mr. Hybeck, I've been working to get federal funding for the third oldest air traffic control tower in the country. That's in Duluth, Minnesota. Representative Stauber, Republican from the House, and I and Senator Smith have joined forces on this. We've seen flooding, and there's an air base up there. There's a National Guard air base. Cirrus is up there that makes jets. And then we, of course, have an airport. So just anything you can do. We just got a grant, which was helpful, and got one last year as well. But we are only about 20% in, and we need more funding for that, because it really is the third oldest tower in the nation.
Okay. I'm glad that we could provide grant funding to start that project, and we'll see continue to support it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all. This has been really interesting testimony. I think there's over 1 million drones registered with the FAA. They can be used for some really good stuff. Farmers in Minnesota are using them for farm management, civil engineers for surveying. I especially see this in rural areas when we have everything from train wrecks on. They're incredibly helpful. We also know the risks. You just brought up this, Mr. Dixon, at the Correctional Institute, and I hadn't thought through all that. Thank you. We know that there's privacy concerns, and our liberties, which Senator Durbin, I know, discussed. I just want to start with something that's on my mind a lot, Ms. Daskal, and that is commercial aviation. As you noted in your written testimony, drones accounted for nearly 2/3 of near misses with commercial passenger planes, which is kind of an extraordinary number. You also noted that airports lack critical authority to protect against drone incursions. We saw what happened in LA with the firefighting plane at a time of just critical danger. What authority should Congress provide airports and other critical infrastructure operators to ensure they're able to protect the public?
Thank you, Senator. I share the concerns, particularly the concerns around airports and critical infrastructure. And as I said in my testimony, I think that the legislation, the bipartisan legislation that was introduced by Senator Peters and Senator Johnson is a really good place to start, and it does a couple of things. First, it gives airport owners and critical infrastructure owners new authority to engage in advanced detection measures, which they don't currently have, to be able to identify the threats that do arise. That is important. It's also subject to training requirements, to privacy compliance requirements, to the use of technologies that are tested and approved. And secondly, the other piece of this that I also think is critical is ensuring that state, local authorities have the ability to mitigate as appropriate, subject to oversight and review.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm a co-sponsor of that bill, and we hope we can move that. News organizations, you know how we have to protect their right to be able to take photos and the like of disasters, so the public knows that. Could you talk about balancing the uses that news organizations have for drones so that they don't interfere with public safety? Quickly.
Yes, absolutely. So as you know, Senator, the FAA has the authority to put in place temporary flight restrictions for a range of reasons, including safety and security reasons. There is also a process by which media organizations can seek waivers in the event that there are temporary flight restrictions in order to engage in First Amendment protected activity and to ensure that the public is made aware of critical information, and those waivers, that process needs to continue.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant Dooley, in your testimony, written testimony, you suggested granting state and local law enforcement limited counter-UAS authorities subject to standardized training and certification. There are examples of this across law enforcement. For example, all bomb technicians across the country are trained at the FBI's Hazardous Device School. How would you envision this standardized training?
Number one, it would have to come from, I think, one of our federal partners that's already been authorized to do this and has been doing it. They would have the most experience. Number two, I don't think that everybody necessarily would need this right off the bat. I think there should be some level of credentialing as to different levels of detection and mitigation as well. You may have like a multi-tiered approach of someone that just can simply detect and do nothing about it because whatever reason, and then you go down the list, and then you may have more critical infrastructure or maybe a higher profile target area that may need those additional permissions. I think that you should have, like, for example, like just to be a drone pilot, I have to get a Part 107 airman certificate, right? I have to register my drone. There's a process in place. When I wanted to drive a car, I had to go take a driving test. Like, there's tests for everything. I wanted to be a trooper. I had to go to school.
I got it.
Yeah, so this is no different. I think we could figure it out to where there would be different levels.
Got it.
I think one of the four should definitely be the starting point.
Okay, thank you. My last question, Mr. Dixon, you talked about things being smuggled in through drones into prisons. You also noted that correctional facilities are legally prohibited from employing counter-UAS technology. Could you talk about the threat to correctional officers and inmates at a facility?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Absolutely. Anytime drugs are introduced to the compound and the kind of contraband that comes in, it increases the threat. In terms of, I've seen a 98% increase in outside medical trips or security in the last several years, much of that related to the contraband drones bring in. It's one of the most dangerous things we do is take inmates outside of our fence to local hospitals. The violence that's associated with the drugs coming in, the contraband coming in, has increased exponentially since this became a problem.
Mm-hmm. And last, just when the drones breach the perimeter, it is obviously a major threat, but what type of counter-UAS authorities do correctional facilities need? And make it quick because I've gone over my time.
We need, and we're not resistant at all to oversight and training, but we need the ability to mitigate that threat to a greater extent than we do now to intercept those drones coming over our facility.
Thank you.
Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Thank you. I'll start with you, Mr. Hoskins. As you and I talked over the last 3 years in the U.S. avian flu, spread from wild birds to poultry operations, and most recently to dairy cattle. Mr. Hoskins, as we enter the third year of this most recent outbreak, what are your priorities on this virus, and how will you ensure the response includes all impacted industry groups, including turkeys and dairy cattle?
Thank you for the question, Ranking Member Klobuchar, and thank you for the time you extended to me in your office. I know you raised this issue and a number of others. The visit with you in your office was much more pleasant than my staff interview with your committee staff, but I would just say, when it comes to high-path AI specifically and just the diversity of production systems that disease has impacted, obviously eggs, broilers, turkeys, which you're number one in, and the dairy side of the equation. The all-hands approach, five-pronged approach that Secretary Rollins rolled out, to me is absolutely the right direction and compass to help get us out of this quagmire with high-path AI. And one component of that could be vaccine development and deployment. What I've committed to you, and if confirmed, what I would commit to this committee is that if there were a vaccine consideration to be utilized, that would be science-based. It would be based on the efficacy of that vaccine, and it is something that the entire stakeholder community would be consulted on, because regardless of one production system that you may vaccinate for, it could have implications for other production systems, both on a domestic level and an international market access level. So I would commit to giving the Secretary all the information and tools she needed to make the most informed decision possible.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hutchins, if confirmed, what role do you see for research, education, and economics in your mission area playing to go into the response to avian flu?
Thank you, Senator, and thank you as well for the time yesterday. I enjoyed that very much, and I actually also enjoyed the time with your staff.
Well, thank you. That will be duly noted, Mr. Hoskins. Okay.
The Research, Education, Economics organization has a phenomenal capability and capacity to deal with these types of scenarios with the NBAF facility in Kansas, as well as the veterinary laboratories in Ames and other places. So the science and the capabilities there are unmatched in the world. And what's other thing that's unmatched is the partnership that these agencies have with the agencies of MRE. So what can we do to advance it? We can continually look for the most promising science development. We can utilize the new tools and technologies and AI to identify ways to not just mitigate, but to prevent these kinds of scenarios. And in some ways, it's also related to the context of invasive species, invasive organisms. And so we have the capability to work hand in hand to develop the best methods to eliminate those. So
thanks. Very good. Thank you. Ag research in general, I voiced my concerns about this proposed budget. Could you talk about how you will advocate for ag research?
Certainly. I've always been an advocate for ag research, but at a higher level, I've been an advocate for the outcomes that ag research leads to, the results, the solutions, the opportunities. It's certainly the prerogative of Congress to provide the funding, but what I can commit to you, Senator, is that whatever funding is provided, we will make the absolute best use of it to benefit our farmers and ranchers and consumers, and that would be my firm commitment to you in this committee.
Administration's buyout program for career employees resulted in the loss of 1,600 people from your mission area with research, including over 1,200 staff from the Ag Research Service. That's an 18% loss of total workforce when we're already looking for ag scientists. Simply put, without staff, I think we know this research, no matter what AI does, is not going to happen. So how are you going to make sure that this loss of expertise won't affect the area, and how will you improve things?
Thank you for that question. So for sure, what we will need to do is take a look at the resources that are provided, the status of the situation we have in each of the agencies, and as with any organization, look to ensure that we're focused on the most important outcomes and on the most important projects and programs that benefit farmers, ranchers, and the American public, and then target the resources we do have toward that and ensure that we fill those key positions that are vacant that will allow us to succeed in that way.
Okay. Thanks. And last question, Mr. Hoskins. The National Animal Health Lab Network Office has lost half its staff, and that's about testing, quality assurance, and the Vet Services Office is currently set to lose 23% of its workforce. So just talk about how you'll ensure that APHIS continues to protect our domestic ag from threats and is not undermined by the staff or funding cuts.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Ranking Member Klobuchar. It's your point that...
Turn to our Ranking Member, Senator Klobuchar, for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Senator Risch. Thank you for coming here, and to the nominee as well. So I spoke with Mr. Bourne. I appreciated that very much. And I'd like to welcome his family, including his wife, Joan, and his father, Robert Bourne. and 2 of his children and daughter-in-law, who I understand are here. Mr. Bourne, if confirmed, you will oversee the U.S. Forest Service, which is, as we all know, responsible for managing 193 million acres of forest and grassland. You'll be considered for this position at a critical time for the Forest Service. We mentioned, as the chairman mentioned, the wildfires in California, which of course created just unimaginable harm. I will note sometimes there's smaller fires as well that can quickly get out of control, as I talked about, Mr. Bourne. I've appreciated the Forest Service work, as I told Secretary Rollins, working with the state of Minnesota in just the last few weeks to contain fires in northern Minnesota that quickly spread to acres and acres. We currently have fires in Canada that are not really close to our state in terms of burning forests, but are creating huge smoke issues in a lot of parts of the United States, with more to come. The Forest Service has an important multiple-use mandate to manage lands for timber, recreation, watershed health, and more. And USDA's and Interior's focus on wildlife suppression and prevention are very important right now. A critical part of reducing wildfire risks is the Forest Service and its partners carrying out more forest management. And I recognize the USDA recently released an active forest management strategy, and I welcome its focus on increasing the use of Good Neighbor Authority, a bill that I had worked on for years, and other partnership agreements. Mr. Bourne, if confirmed, you'll be responsible for implementing these recent directives and for responding to wildfires. I do remain concerned about the Forest Service's capacity to carry out the important work to reduce wildlife risk and severity. The Forest Service has reportedly lost more than 4,000 employees since January, and my office has received reports of Forest Service contracts having been canceled and delayed, including some projects focused on reduction of wildfire risk. Workforce reductions and disruptions in funding and contracts raise questions about the Forest Service's ability to balance its many responsibilities. These are concerns I've raised in several communications with the USDA and need clarity from the agency. The administration's proposed budget that just came out also contributes to the uncertainty. The budget makes deep cuts in National Forest Service system funding, popular programs that strengthen state and private sector capacity for managing forests, and forestry research. This is confusing following recent testimony to this committee from the Forest Service on the need to rely on state and private partners. The budget also recommends moving wildland fire operations to the Department of Interior from the USDA's Forest Service. While I'm open to reviewing the details of this proposal, I'm concerned it would hurt the Forest Service's ability to execute wildfire mitigation and other land management work. Mr. Bourne, these proposals raise questions about the Forest Service's approach to overseeing the wildfire crisis that we're seeing in so many states, as my colleague Senator Bennett knows, and from his home state of Colorado, and managing Forest Service lands. I look forward to hearing more about how, if confirmed, you will work to ensure the Forest Service addresses these challenges and how you will ensure our national forests remain a place for all Americans to enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Senator Bozeman. I think I'll start with the staffing issue I raised in the opening, just with the thousands of employees that have left and terminated. They took there was deferred resignation plans, and then the White House's direction to federal agencies to plan for additional layoffs. Mr. Bourne, how will you ensure resignations and terminations will not affect the ability of the Forest Service to prevent and address the dangers of wildfires?
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. That's a very important point. We certainly need to have an appropriate level of staff to fulfill our mission. I have not had an experience with the Forest Service yet where I understand what the staffing levels are and how they're being applied, but I am very familiar with resource-constrained organizations, having worked in one and for one that I started for many years, where we started with a very small amount of money and never really had enough to do what we needed to do. I certainly wouldn't say that that guarantees that I'll be able to figure it out immediately at the Forest Service, but I know that we have to live with the resources that we receive, and we will find a way to do that.
Okay. And the present budget proposes moving wildland fire management outside of the USDA. This is a significant responsibility of the Forest Service that would be transferred to the Department of Interior, and I understand some have questions about the impact on this, on managing wildfire responses. Could you talk about how this proposal could affect the agency's fire mitigation work, like prescribed burns, and how you will work with states, tribes, and employees and other interested parties as this proposal is considered?
I have questions as you do. I don't fully understand the proposal and how it's intended to work. I do have a background through my father and through living in Boise, Idaho, and visiting the Interagency Fire Center, and through being a firefighter and working with incident management teams, where it's very clear to me that cooperation with other agencies and other organizations is the way to fight fire. And I'm sure that if this transfer occurs, the Forest Service will still be intimately involved, since that organization is responsible for most of the federal forests and a large chunk of grasslands, and responsible for keeping them in good condition.
Exactly. And so, yep. Thank you. That's part of why I'm so worried about this. And thanks for mentioning that, because as you acknowledge here, the Forest Service is charged with managing forests and watersheds, wildlife habitat, and these are responsibilities of the Forest Service. Could you very quickly, because I want to get something else, mention what policies or practices you would promote to balance these multiple uses to ensure the long-term health of forests and grasslands?
I'll try to be brief. That's a really big question, Senator. Multiple use is super important. All of the people in America own our forests and grasslands, and they all have different ideas about how they should be used, and we need to find ways to balance all of the uses: recreation, timber production, clean air and water, which sometimes involves non-production in areas, oil and gas and forage. There are lots of things that we need to balance. And we just need to always be mindful of everyone else's position. I find that when we get into negotiation, when I get into negotiation frequently, it's important to learn what the other person wants and not to worry too much about my own personal needs.
Okay. The Senator Risch mentioned that you had, as a land owner, and has had some disagreements about easements with the Forest Service near your Idaho ranch. And could you talk about these disagreements briefly? You can follow up in writing. And how will you respond to those that may disagree with your positions or decisions, including employees or members of the public?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. That is a long conversation potentially, but briefly.
Well, Senator Risch opened the door.
He did.
Yes.
He did, and he's aware of some things that have happened that have been difficult for me, and some that I felt were oppressive, because I've talked to him about those. But I think one of the important things to point out is that I don't have disputes with the Forest Service. He did use that word, but I would disagree with that. As a landowner, I have had disagreements from time to time with the Forest Service. Typically, they've been very aggressive at the beginning of those disagreements. And eventually, when they got the facts and when we talked through it and we had reasonable discussions, we've always come around to a settlement that works for everyone. And to be very clear about easements, if I may just have a moment, there's a scenic easement on a ranch that I live on, and I have never had a violation or even a suggestion that I violated. Well, I've had one suggestion, but it was clear that it didn't happen and it was retracted. I haven't had violations of that easement.
Okay.
Ever.
Just last, very quickly, will you commit to not interfering with, and in fact recusing yourself from any existing or future matters involving properties that you, your family members, or your friends own or are affiliated with the Forest Service?
Senator, I have had incredibly detailed discussions with USDA ethics attorneys, who, by the way, are amazing, and I will commit to making sure they always know everything about anything that could be a conflict of interest that I can tell them, and to always following their advice.
Okay. Thank you.
Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Hermendorfer, Donald Trump has said, I have an Article 2, this is an exact quote, where I have the right to do whatever I want as president. You filed a brief supporting his ability to fire Inspector General, and in another brief you supported his attempt to undermine Congress's authority to create independent agencies to protect consumers, writing, Humphrey's branch-busting reasoning was wrong the day it was rendered. What is your view of Congress's constitutional authority to enact laws and create checks on executive power?
So I was, of course, an advocate representing a client in all of those briefs. My current understanding of the Supreme Court's precedent with regard to the president's removal power is that when it comes to principal officers, so that would include heads of independent agencies, the president, if that officer is exercising, in the language of Collins versus Yellen, significant executive authority, that officer must be removed by the president no matter the size or role of the agency. And in those cases you mentioned, Senator Klobuchar, the Supreme Court recently handed down an order staying the District Court, D.C. Circuit's decision and indicating that, with respect at least to the NLRB and the MSPB, that the president likely had the constitutional authority to remove those principal officers.
And Inspector Generals, you believe the same principle applies?
So there are lines of cases discussing inferior officers. There is a dispute in the Inspector General's case about how to characterize Inspectors General. If they are indeed characterized as principal officers, then under the reasoning of the Supreme Court, there would be reason potentially to think that the Supreme Court's rule in Celia Law and Yellen might govern. There are separate lines of authority for certain inferior officers. I stand by the positions in the brief and wouldn't want to otherwise prejudge the merits of any controversy that could come before me as a judge.
Okay, let's go back to your work as Tennessee attorney in the Tennessee Attorney General's office, where you defended the state's near total ban on abortion, which does not provide any exceptions for rape or incest. The law also contained a narrow medical necessity exception that chilled doctors from providing patients with the care they need. Isn't it true that, as a 3-judge panel in Tennessee noted, the record was, quote, replete with examples of abortion care being denied in health and life-threatening situations, despite the state conceding that that the medical necessity exception would have entitled them to care under Tennessee's medical necessity exception?
So the decision of the 3-judge panel at the preliminary phase was that the law should be interpreted to require and allow certain abortions provided in serious medical situations. Those included the ones laid out in the order, things like premature, previable, rupture of the membranes, insufficient cervix. And so what the state had argued was the statute that Tennessee adopted used the same language that was used and approved by the Supreme Court in the Casey, Planned Parenthood versus Casey decision. And so it was always the state's position that the language allowed abortion care in those serious scenarios, and that is what the court held, and that's what the court held as a temporary injunction matter.
Okay, so I actually met one of the plaintiffs, Rebecca Milner. She had suffered preterm premature rupture of membranes. Her baby was unlikely to survive, and continuing the pregnancy put Rebecca at risk of potentially life-threatening infection. Yet because of the law, her Tennessee doctor denied her the abortion care she needed. As a result, she traveled to Virginia. She developed an infection that doctors said resulted from the delay in care and required emergency treatment for sepsis. Given you argued the court should uphold that law, even if it didn't work to protect her health, what would you say to litigants who question that you can be even-handed in applying the law, including to women trying to vindicate their rights?
So what I would say is you can read the brief and read the positions that Tennessee took in that case and that I represented on behalf of my clients, and that was there were many serious medical scenarios in which abortion under the text of the law would and should be permitted. And I would say that we were carrying out the will of Tennesseans to have that type of life or health exception, but at the same time to vindicate a constitutional state amendment that makes clear that there is no otherwise non-medical right to an abortion under state law.
One last question. Stephen Miller has said publicly that the White House is actively looking at suspending the writ of habeas corpus. And, quote, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. Conservative law professor Jonathan Adler said, the White House can look at this question all at once, but it is ultimately up to Congress whether the writ should be suspended. Do you agree that only Congress can suspend the right to habeas corpus?
So I think, as you mentioned, that is an issue that is under active consideration by the political branches and could very well come before me if I were confirmed as a judge. So I think in prudence, as a judicial nominee, it would not be appropriate for me to pass on the validity of any such arguments.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you. Following up with Senator Blackburn's good questions. And by the way, thank you, Mr. Klein, for mentioning the need for a general privacy bill, which we badly need. So on this deletion issue, it's my understanding that 1.3 million consumers asked 23andMe to delete their genetic data. Many face technical issues. So how long is the backlog right now? And what are you doing to make sure all the requests are fulfilled?
Senator, the good news is that today there is no backlog.
Good.
We are current on all of the deletion requests. What did occur, is when we filed for bankruptcy, and many state attorney generals requested or suggested to consumers that they delete their data at 23andMe. We did receive a significant amount of deletion requests. We quickly added additional staff, and basically we're able to reduce that backlog.
Thank you. And will you commit to ensuring that consumers will retain their right to have their genetic data deleted after the bankruptcy sale is completed by making deletion rights a condition of the sale?
Both of the bidders in the bankruptcy sale of 23andMe, both Regeneron and TTAM Research Institute, have agreed to adopt the policies of 23andMe, the privacy policies.
So the answer is yes?
So the answer is yes.
Okay. During the bankruptcy process, how has 23andMe ensured consumers could decide how information is used and for what purposes? That's what your website has promised consumers.
Our consumers consent not only to a terms of service, a privacy policy, there are also separate consents for our customers to, if they so choose, to engage in research at 23andMe, and then a separate consent to allow us to engage with research with third parties. And we make sure that customers have the right to actually opt in. We don't default those. Customers are actually clicking yes, they will want to conduct or enable their data to be used for research purposes. Many customers understand these are important for understanding disease and genetic conditions and life-saving medical treatments.
Thank you. Professor Cohen, it's my belief that the privacy policies aren't meeting the privacy needs of consumers during bankruptcy. That's why I've worked with Senator Cornyn, I appreciate his leadership, and Grassley to give consumers control over their genetic data with our bill, Don't Sell My DNA Act. Why is it so important that we require consent from the consumer before their genetic data is sold to another company with which they have no prior relationship?
People are engaged in a trust relationship. If my father gave me access to his medical records and say, son, I want you to look at this and be careful with this, and I went ahead and said, let me give it to somebody else without asking my dad, you'd look askance at what I was doing. The same thing is happening here. They're essentially transferring data and transferring a trust relationship to a new entity, and people have the right to know who they're dealing with and a right to consent to it.
Do you believe that the right to control one's personal genetic information should take precedence over maximizing returns for creditors in a bankruptcy proceeding?
Well, I think that it would be nice for the creditors to get paid, Senator. In this instance, I think this information is so sensitive and so important. It's really important to protect people's information.
Okay, thank you. And Professor Gottberg, do you believe that the current consumer privacy ombudsman system in bankruptcy proceedings is sufficient to protect consumers' most sensitive information?
So the Consumer Privacy Ombudsman is appointed to help the court in weighing the costs and the benefits of any particular sale of assets. If you permit personal consumer data to be sold outside of bankruptcy, it's permissible inside of bankruptcy as well. And so the Consumer Privacy Ombudsman is just trying to weigh what would be the negative effects of that sale without an understanding of the price of privacy, so to speak. That's a very hard balancing act to perform. To my knowledge, there's been no final litigation to determine what the damages would be for an individual to have their privacy violated in that way. So it makes it really hard for the Consumer Privacy Ombudsman to have an effective role there.
Okay, and sort of to end where I began with Mr. Klein's point, why is it so important that Congress enact a comprehensive privacy law? By the way, the same companies that were lobbying against one, because I'm also on the Commerce Committee, say 10 years ago, now want one because of the patchwork of laws that we now have in our states, which is very predictable, which I hope people will realize that we should need some AI rules of the road in place and tech rules of the law in place, and it's just the worst that people just think they can lobby against things and then all of a sudden they're like, oh no. So tell me why we need a privacy law and how that would have helped here.
So a greater predictability for companies when they're entering into agreements with consumers is always beneficial. So if companies know what the legal limitations are, then they can take that into account, and creditors can take that into account whether an asset will be available before lending to the debtor. Mm-hmm. So it's important to have that law in place inside and outside bankruptcy.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were
good.
done.
No, I'm not going over my time. Done.
Okay. Senator Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for conducting this hearing.
For your good work. In March, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota indicted 11 people after federal law enforcement, state, local partners worked together. As you know from the horrible tragedy this last week in Minnesota, we have a good team of law enforcement that work well together across the board. They broke up a Mexican drug cartel trafficking ring that smuggled large amounts of meth from Mexico to the Twin Cities, in addition to drug trafficking. They also were charged with kidnapping people in the Twin Cities who owed them money. From my past experience for 8 years as the DA for Hennepin County, which is the largest county in our state, where the murders occurred actually this last week, I know how important to have that coordination. And Mr. Allen, could you talk about how we can create better coordination between agencies, lessons learned over the last few years?
No, happy to, ma'am. DEA, historically, speaking for DEA, I can say that we historically participate in a lot of task forces. As a matter of fact, in the Los Angeles Field Division, probably two of our most productive groups, enforcement groups, are task force groups. They consistently lead the division in seizures and arrests and prosecutions. And I think that speaks to the ability of task force environment to get things done. I think it speaks to the benefits of information sharing, of working with our partners, and we plan on to continue doing that, especially with the formation of these Homeland Security task forces. As I said before, this is probably the biggest, collaboration that I've seen in my career in attacking this problem.
Mr. Stevens, I actually went to Mexico once with some other senators and Cindy McCain on the topic of human trafficking and some of the relationships with the cartels on that front. In 2023, the president signed my bill with Senator Cornyn to support survivors of trafficking. And of course, your agency plays an important role in combating human trafficking. There have been numerous reports of Mexican drug cartels turning to human trafficking as another illicit revenue stream. Could you talk about that connection with the transnational cartels and human trafficking?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your question. I'd like to extend our condolences and thoughts and prayers to you and your community up there. That was extremely unfortunate and heartbreaking. HSI has the the Center for Countering Human Trafficking that exists here and is supported by teams that cover over sex trafficking as well as labor trafficking. They support HSI investigations and other investigations around the country. Obviously, we've seen gangs and cartels they use and they focus on sex trafficking as a revenue stream for their criminal activity. We've seen that in our TDA cases. We've seen that in our MS-13 cases, where they traffic individuals that have come into the country and are vulnerable and exploitable, and we're continuing investigating those. In fact, we have 43 indictments against Tren de Agua as well as the Anti-Tran currently that we've been able to put out, and correction, that'd be 34 indictments on those organizations for sex trafficking.
Really appreciate it. And Mr. Perez, again, at the FBI played a major role in tracking this killer, and I want to thank your agency for that. And I just had a question about Mexican drug cartels profiting off of arms trafficking, kind of similar to the human trafficking, and using that flow of money and firepower to expand their enterprises. Could you comment on that?
Yes, ma'am. As I commented before, our focus is on the cartels, on the individuals. We're not tied to one specific unique violation, if you will. The cartels, our adversaries are not. They're not tied to one region. They're not tied to one location or one violation, which is why we believe in that task force concept, where maybe there's a lot of things that the FBI can do. There's a lot of things that HSI can do. There's a lot of things that DEA can do. Our state and local partners as well. Any success I've ever had working cases or leading teams in the FBI has been directly attributable to task forces, state, local, federal partners. So again, we look at that polycriminal type of angle, and we address that by bringing in different resources. So we work closely with the ATF as part of the HSTF, and even historically, again, with DEA. So really the goal there, ma'am, as just occurred recently in your hometown, in that unfortunate case, that case was worked in a very collaborative sense.
I know, yes.
We leveraged state resources, federal resources to lead to whatever the most effective result is to bring closure to that.
Thank you. Thank you. And Senator Grassley, just one very quick question near and dear to both your hearts on social media, just 10-second answer here. Mr. Allen, 1/3 of drug cases had direct ties to social media. Do cartels use social media to traffic narcotics around the country?
Yes, ma'am. Cartels are involved in it.
Thank you.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you so much.
That's just him. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. And thank you for your words on public health from the ag perspective as well, Mr. Bolliard. As you know, I do a lot with ag over in the Agriculture Committee, which Senator Booker is part of as well. And thank you for being here. I did want to take off on the healthcare question first, and thank you for your comments, Ms. Mackey. And just specifically on pharmaceuticals, as you know, we've done a lot of work in this committee with Senator Grassley and others on the pay for delay bill that he and I have long sponsored, and we've had other legislation with a number of people on this committee to stop some sham practices. But one way there's been an abuse of rules is blocking competition, is listing many patents on the FDA Orange Book that shouldn't be there to deter competition. The last administration issued warning letters about this practice, leading a number of drug companies to remove patents and lower prices. The Trump administration has continued this policy. Could you talk about how can antitrust enforcement deter this anti-competitive abuse of the Orange Book, and is it really orange? And could you describe what this is? Because it sounds kind of scary.
Senator, I am thrilled that you're putting a spotlight on this. As you well know, the antitrust laws have really struggled in the pharmaceutical space to, catch on a whack-a-mole kind of way practices that those with market or monopoly power are using to harm consumers in our most important markets. You're exactly right as well that there's a specific practice that's starting to get a lot of attention. When you get a new drug approved by the FDA, you tell the FDA which patents read on the drug or a relevant method of using it. That is produced in a document that only historically, I think, I'm not a pharma expert, but only historically was a physical document with an orange cover. These days it's a government database. And once that's listed, if you want to come along with a new drug, you certify to the FDA on an individual basis why each of those patents that are listed have expired, are invalid, or not infringed. And when you do that, there's a stay of about 30 months that's triggered on your application to get into the market and compete as a generic. So a manufacturer has every incentive to overlist patents that really aren't pertinent to the drug, its composition or formulation, its method of use, because it deters generic entry. There are two things that we could concretely do. Number one, to the extent that that is being done intentionally with an intention to deceive by a monopolist, that's a Section 2 violation. It's illegal monopolization, and our antitrust enforcers can take action. But that's kind of an expensive and cumbersome way to get at the problem. Two law professors, Scott Hemphill at NYU and Bhavan Sampat at Arizona State, have recently suggested we should have the US Patent and Trademark Office, for any patent that's newly listed in the Orange Book, take a look at it. Make sure that it's valid, make sure that it's pertinent to the drug. I think that's a terrific idea. It'll help catch abusers and monopolists, and it'll protect patients.
Okay, very good. You want to add anything, Commissioner, to that?
I just think those are great ideas. In addition to the ongoing enforcement efforts, and as Professor Francis pointed out, we have an active role to play here, and we are taking a close look at it.
I've appreciated how you've supported funding of the agencies and the like, so congratulations. Big tech, did you think I was going to bring it up, Mr. Alford? Congress, still, we have yet to enact common sense rules of the road, although Senator Lee and I worked together on the allowing state AGs, his bill, to keep the cases where they were brought, and also we've done something on merger fees that was temporarily set back, but I will say the newest budget from the administration allowed those merger fees to be charged. This is under the ongoing CR. There's a limit on them, and those merger fees, while they're collected, should be going to antitrust, as you know. So platforms have turned into their own unaccountable regulators. Apple sets the rules for app developers, including an onerous 30% private tax, the subject of a bill that Senator Blumenthal and Senator Blackburn and I and others have taken on. Amazon does the same for independent business selling products online. Google and Facebook control much of what we see online and the advertising dollars that flow from it. Mr. Alford, in your testimony, you said that the Antitrust Division's mission is to stop cartels and monopolists from exploiting their power to act as governors of their industries. I like that. That was good. What role does antitrust law play in protecting consumers, workers, small businesses from this arbitrary regulation?
Thank you for the question. Just a 1-second caveat on the pharmaceutical question. On June 30th, the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission is having a listening session on drug pricing pursuant to the EOs on drug pricing.
Very good.
To answer your question on, thank you for the legislation that Senator Lee and Senator Klobuchar sponsored with respect to the budget and the fees and the merger fees going to the Department of Justice. It's incredibly helpful, and we're very encouraged by the fact that the Trump administration budget has encouraged the payment of those merger filing fees to the DOJ. With respect to platforms and the private moats that they are creating, I think that one of the goals of monopoly abuse is to basically capture the entire universe of the market action that happens within those platforms, so that there is essentially no real freedom of mobility for consumers and no viable entry for other competitors. We are seeing that over and over again, and most of the cases that have been brought by the DOJ relate to the kind of monopoly abuse in which there are extraordinarily high barriers to entry and in which there's no meaningful choice by publishers and advertisers in either search or in ad tech. So that is what we're seeing. There is not the migration to alternatives because of the fact that they have their entire say. And of course, I should also add that the private litigation in Epic Games is also related to the kind of things you're talking about as well, and the sort of tax on the apps. And that's also being addressed as well. So all of those kinds of litigations are addressing those concerns.
Ms. Mecki, as we look at why we haven't put any rules of the road in place, one of the things is these tech-funded groups have spent loads of money. They spent hundreds and hundreds of $1 million against the bill that Senator Grassley and I introduced, and I appreciated Senator Booker supporting that bill, and that's the American Innovation and Choice Act. And it passed through this committee, but then a whole lot of lobbying took place. how do dominant companies use their power to influence the government to enact rules that protect their market position and stop us from seemingly putting any rules of the road in place?
I think people of all stripes agree that we need competition, and big tech is a theater that brings together a lot of people across the political continuum who are worried about competition in these markets. What I find so interesting about the tech companies is that they really resisted antitrust for a very long time and thought that was too radical, and instead said, well, we'd like regulation, but wait, not that regulation. And so in the backdrop of all of
they
that.
said let the states do it, but now they're like, no, don't let the states do it.
Anybody but the states, right? But in the backdrop of that, the agencies have been litigating big sweeping monopolization cases.
Yes.
And so far have been winning, whether it's the Google search case or the Google ad tech case. We have the Meta trial that our friends at the FTC just concluded, and we'll see what the outcome of that case is. But I think that courts are making findings that really support the underlying foundation of the legislation. And so, you compare the tens of millions of dollars that the agencies had to expend just on expert fees to litigate those cases to get to outcomes that the legislation likely would have also helped us get to.
That's what I've said this many times in this very room, that if they'd work with us on some reasonable rules, we wouldn't have been where they are right now, which is two very different administrations pursuing the same cases, which is usually a sign of success if you look at AT&T and other cases from the past when it bridged political parties. Last question, Mr. Metter. The FTC enacted a number of pro-competitive rules over the last few years. They required upfront pricing to make it easier for consumers to compare prices for concert tickets, for hotel rooms. I am working to codify these changes into law, and including we have a hotel bill that passed the House that just has wide, broad support. There's one senator that doesn't like it very much, so I'm trying to find a way around that. And it's not Senator Lee. Your colleague, Commissioner Holyoke, said she supported the rule because hidden fees undermine the ability of honest businesses to compete on price. Do you agree, and will you commit to enforcing these rules?
To answer the last part, of course, yes, the FTC stands ready to enforce all of the policies that Congress sets out for us. And I agree, it is critically important that consumers have transparency and a clear sense of what price they're paying in order to have free and fair competition in the marketplace.
And interestingly enough, on the hotel bill, we worked with the industry to come up with something so that we could police some of the bad actions that were going on, but they felt it was in their best interest. So did the House, and we're almost there, I think. So, but thank you for your work. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so we'd like to...
Mr. Bove, I was just listening to my colleague, Senator Kennedy's questions, and one of your answers was that you felt that these charges should be dropped against the mayor because he was campaigning. It would interfere with his campaigning. It would interfere with his ability to do your job. So then is it your position that that's the reason that you shouldn't be able to ever prosecute any elected officials regardless of party because it might interfere with their campaigning? If they commit murder, if they are committing a major white-collar crime, if they are taking bribes, that the reason is that they're campaigning? Because they're always campaigning, Mr. Bove. So I was just stunned by that answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be stunning, Senator. I think it's a fact and circumstances determination. It's case specific. In that particular case, based on the charges and the manner in which the case was pursued, I did think that there was, and the department thought, for the reasons we laid out in our brief, that the prosecution placed an inordinate burden on the mayor's ability to protect the city and to campaign in an ongoing election cycle.
I just think this would be a reason. It's like there would be two classes of justice, one for people who are in office and one for everyone else, if that's the argument you use. And isn't it true on February 10th that you ordered the bribery case against the mayor be dismissed, and I quote your letter to then acting U.S. Attorney Sassoon, without assessing the strength of the evidence or the legal theories on which the case is based? That's what you said, correct?
The determination was based on the policy considerations that I've outlined and did not rely
By
on
your
that.
own written admission, though, you failed to assess the merits of the case and ordered that the bribery charges dismissed entirely for these reasons, so he could campaign.
That's not true, Senator. That's inaccurate. I did look at the evidence, and that's why I spent extensive time reviewing the case file, meeting with the prosecutors alone, meeting with them with the defense counsel. In the department's decision-making, we chose to proceed based on the policy determinations that I've outlined and not the strength of the evidence or concerns about the legal theory.
In your letter to then acting U.S. Attorney Sassoon, you ordered her to drop the case because you were, quote, concerned about the impact of the prosecution on Mayor Adams' ability to support, end quote, the president's immigration agenda. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you appeared in court to file your motion to dismiss, the court stated that your efforts to dismiss the case were unsupported by any objective evidence and, quote, fundamentally incompatible with the basic promise of equal justice under law. Is that what the court said?
I don't recall the court saying that at the hearing that I attended. To the extent the court wrote something like that in the opinion, that was an opinion that granted the motion. And I think the context is really important, Senator. The context is that Rule 48 doesn't require the department to provide any evidence. It requires a non-conclusory explanation by the prosecutors of the reason for dismissing a case.
Okay, well, let's go over what Hagen Skoten, who was he was the lead prosecutor on the case. Is that right?
I think that's right, yes.
Decorated Iraqi war veteran, clerked for then Judge Kavanaugh on the D.C. Circuit, and then Justice Roberts. In his letter, he says that Damian Williams' role in the case somehow tainted a valid indictment supported by ample evidence and pursued under 4 different U.S. attorneys. This was your reasoning because you said you felt that the former U.S. attorney somehow tainted this case. But yet, as Hagen Skoten pointed out, it was pursued under 4 different U.S. attorneys. He said that this reasoning is so weak as to be transparently pretextual. Why do you think he said that?
So I'd like to begin by just confirming that I respect Hagen's military service and his public service. And the fact that we disagree on this particular issue is not meant to disparage him in any way. However, the department filed a brief explaining and elaborating on the basis for our motion. In that brief, we outlined private communications and comments on documents by the prosecutors, including Mr. Skoten. One of those communications, private communications, Mr. Skoten said that he found it plausible that Damian Williams proceeded based on political motivations. So what he said publicly is not consistent with what the trial team was thinking privately, contemporaneous with these events.
Okay, I will again go back to the fact that I don't think that the reason that someone is running for office or is has some policy agreement or disagreements with the administration should be a reason to bring or dismiss charges. And he also added, no system of ordered liberty can allow the government to use the carrot of dismissing charges or the stick of threatening to bring them again to induce an elected official to support its policy objective. He then ended, as I'm sure you realize, he ended with, I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. So my concern with what happened here, and then also with the decision to fire January 6 prosecutors, is basically the same. I am a former prosecutor myself. I ran the biggest prosecutor office in our state, and every single day you're confronted with issues of ethics, and maybe you know someone you're prosecuting, maybe someone knows someone you're prosecuting, maybe they agree with you, maybe you don't, and you have to make a decision based on the law and the facts, and not on whether or not they agree with your administration. And when I look, we heard from, yes, Chairman Grassley, 2 more sentences, when we heard from former prosecutors who were dismissed because they'd simply done their job in looking at what happened on January 6th. I just think it's part of the same threat. It's politics over the law, and it should be law over politics.
Senator Moody.
It's a good thing I wasn't holding that gavel. Good to be with you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to your family for being here.
Thank you to my colleagues who are here. We all are heartbroken over the loss of life. The kids at the camps, the people in both Senator Cruz's and Senator Lujan State. And I think that we all know this is not an isolated incident. We can pretend it is, but it is not. Extreme weather events like this one have been getting worse and worse all over our country. And we must ensure that NOAA, this hearing couldn't be more timely, and the Department of Commerce as a whole is ready and able to take this on. As we know, has been repeated by my colleagues, NOAA has lost at least 1,875 employees, totaling a combined 27,000 years of experience and institutional knowledge, and now has over 3,000 vacant staff positions at the very worst time. So I know, Dr. Jacobs, you responded to Senator Cantwell's, Ranking Member Cantwell's questions about confirming that staffing is a priority at the National Weather Service. In May, NOAA started reassigning employees because of the loss of employees to NWS. And if confirmed, how do you make sure that these employees have the necessary technical expertise, and how do you plan to recruit additional employees when the message from this administration, honestly, has been, please leave. We'll give you buyouts. We want you to leave. How are you going to turn that around?
Well, I guess maybe it's probably a multi-pronged approach. Obviously, one of them would be the reassignments. Lifting of the hiring freeze is certainly going to help. As far as recruiting, I'm optimistic as a former teacher of a lot of former students of mine who are actually Weather Service employees now, that I can appeal to their sense of mission, that this is important, like ensuring that Americans have timely and accurate forecasts to protect lives and property is something that appeals to people. This is why they go in to study meteorology.
So you're going to commit to making sure they get this accurate information?
Yes.
Okay, and I guess along those lines, Mr. Jordan, I just addressed these stronger storms that we know are a scientific fact, warming climate, and if confirmed, will you advocate against attempts to limit information sharing on the impacts of climate? Because I don't know how we're going to respond to these storms if we pretend it's not happening.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So yes, I would let the science drive the decision making.
Okay, very good. And how will you ensure that NOAA is able to maintain, improve its extensive observing networks and infrastructure that you mentioned in your testimony?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So in the planning of these major acquisitions, these observing networks, these are large scale items that span many fiscal years. It's important to ensure that we don't have gaps in those systems, our satellites and likewise. So working with the department and in Congress here to ensure that there's funding to continue those programs.
Okay, thank you. When I first got to the Senate, I was on the ocean subcommittee, Dr. Jacobs, and I realized I was the only one without an ocean on the subcommittee, but then I remembered it also included the Great Lakes, and we have Lake Superior, which is, of course, superior to any ocean. So we have incredible research going on out of Duluth with our Great Lakes Observing Center. We have incredible research going on through the Minnesota Sea Grant and education. And so I just want people to remember that the inland lakes, we have more than 10,000 despite our license plate. We have 15,000. We have Lake Superior. This research is also important. Could you address that and whether you will support the continuation of these inland sea grants?
Yeah, so actually the lakes are a big driver in weather, like lake effect, snow, and things like that. And also I know that the harmful algal blooms are really important for folks in the lakes. So continuing that research, obviously, if confirmed, is a very high priority.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Just last, Mr. Kumar, I, like many of my colleagues, have addressed letters, specifically Representative Clyburn and Senator Lujan and I led a letter about the BEAD program. It was a more recent one, but there's ones going back. And if you will commit to get these letters answered.
Thank you for the question, Senator. If confirmed, yes, I will commit to making sure to work with my colleagues to get you accurate and timely responses.
And last, Secretary Lutnick announced that the Trump administration is going to relaunch the Tech Hubs program. He and I discussed this when he was in my office. I also discussed it with the deputy, and they're going to plan a new round of selection in early 2026. We are one of the tech hubs in Minnesota, but we did not get funded despite being one of the premier, this is back in time, as you know, places for medical device development and the like. And in the Midwest or in the entire country, will you work with me and my staff to look at the MedTech 3.0 program in Minnesota?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Absolutely. If confirmed, I know our EDA team is very active on working with offices to make sure they have the most up-to-date information on the new competition, and would be happy to work with your office.
And then just last, not a question, I'll put it in writing, Rural Export Center, which is out of Fargo, but I'm always friends with our neighbors and a big priority for me and Senator Hoeven. So I hope you'll look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Young.
Welcome all. Dr. Jacobs, my colleagues
for being here. I have some more questions, but I will submit those for the record.
Senator Klobuchar.
Hello, thank you so much for being here. I was talking to Senator Whitehouse there about my previous job when I was a prosecutor, and we actually set up a whole group of prosecutors to work on this retail theft. It seems like our problems were simple back then compared to now. But I guess I'll start with you, Ms. Stuffen. Could you tell me how this federal legislation would ensure that criminals who engage in what is actually different than it was back then, I'll say, that's now organized retail theft, face accountability?
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. The cases that we've done, which have been 218 cases in over 2 years with $2.6 million loss, show us that there's a footprint, and it's outside our state, it's across the nation, and an international footprint. A recent $8 million jewelry heist, the Rolexes were gone overseas with the fence being in Chile. So it will enhance our ability to be ahead of it, to prevent. The same type of jewelry heist had happened in the state of Washington, but we received no information, our local task force, to tell us there's this trend, be on alert to it, because it's extremely sophisticated.
That's why that retail crime coordination center would be so important.
Exactly.
You'd get that information. Mr. Glock, could you tell me how transnational criminal organizations use cargo theft to actually fund other illicit operations?
We have seen an exponential increase in cargo theft over the last 3 years. In 2023, we saw almost a 27% increase. We're seeing another 22% increase. That's a 50, well, we estimate into 2025 we'll be 50%. We know this supply chain is going overseas. We know it's going over our border. These stolen goods essentially have a 100% markup. You steal it and your profits are 100%. So the question is, how do we identify those nefarious actors, those networks that are the biggest threat to the homeland, as Senator Britt just talked about? That's the need for those classified databases to be run against these criminal networks, and you know well, Senator. And this bill would provide us the strategic and tactical intelligence to address these biggest threats to the homeland, which we have no doubt that these supply chains are being used to facilitate for.
Thank you. And Mr. McBride, I think this is an important point. How do the threats of violence by these organized retail crime cartels not only threaten the safety of store employees, but also make it hard to keep the stores open?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, it's the threat of violence and the actual violence that some of my peers have experienced is grown exponentially over the last decade. My fellow witness here testified to the attitudes of some of the store and shop owners that are concerned for their safety when they're operating their shops. The intimidation tactics to come back and to be able to re-victimize the retail locations over and over again is grown so much that we have had to implement additional countermeasures. We've had to implement training to keep our employees safe. We've had to lock up and hide. All of that leads to a reevaluation of the investment that's being made in new stores, different locations, and those types of things, and has, in some cases, with the entire retail sector, led to product deserts in some parts of this country because stores have had to close up and leave because they could no longer sustain a viable operation because of the violence, the crime, the theft, and the losses that they are incurring.
Okay, very good. Ms. Lam, last but not least. So first of all, thank you for the support for the Ocean Shipping Reform Act, the bill that Senator Thune and I did. Yes. And as many of you know, that was about the pricing during the pandemic that was hurting our farmers and our retail, making it really difficult. And after we passed that bill on a bipartisan basis, then President Biden signed it into law. It actually, the rates went down for a number of reasons, but I think the threat of that and the Maritime Commission eventually doing rules made a difference. And it wouldn't have happened without companies like yours, so. Just one question on this topic. Do you agree that cargo theft poses a risk to the security of our food supply chain?
I absolutely do.
To explain that quickly. Why?
Yes, Senator, and thank you for the question. First of all, food and beverage is the #1 targeted commodity in cargo theft, #1. And why? Demand, of course. It's so difficult to track. It's so easy to distribute. And what is so devastating about that is, you know, the price of food we know already is so high. The average American cringes every time they go to the grocery store. And what happens with these targeted thefts on food is once you have something that's precious, any kind of food, you pick it. We see 2, 3, 4% stolen. Those costs are immediately passed on to the consumer. We also, and you've been very helpful with us as we discuss ag exports. And what's happened is actually targeting agricultural exports, beef, poultry, perishables. And what we also see that's happening because of so much of this transnational cargo organization crime that's happening on our railroads, pilferage. Yes, it may be secondary. We believe these thieves are after high-value cargo, but in the meantime, destruction to our ag exports as they cut the seals and the integrity of the load is lost.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for introducing the federal legislation combating organized retail.
Thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few questions as promised at the end. And I hope that the world watching here sees that we're not going to be rolled here on this bill, on the Clarity Act, and that you have a lot of members who want to see a piece of legislation that truly protects consumers, people who have worked with the industry in the past on our side, that are interested in working on this, but really want to see some serious changes and are concerned both about the conflicts issue, are concerned, as Senator Booker, I'm going to ask my first question on this, about the funding issue of how the CFTC should do this, and are certainly concerned about the consumer welfare and what safeguards should be in place. And there's not loopholes that could, you know, drive a truck through here. So that's kind of where it's not consensus. We have members with different views on this, but I do think that people should take home from this that we are going to want to see some major changes. So, Mr. Benham, you previously called for additional funding and staff for the CFTC to write rules for and oversee these markets. How important is it that Congress provide for durable, sufficient funding when it comes to these brand new markets? And I think just to combine my questions then with you, Mr. Lucan, one of the concerns is we've got derivative markets, we've got an economy that is on a roller coaster right now because of tariffs and other things. We don't want to disadvantage existing markets and market participants in how we do this. So it's a little bit the same question, but
Senator, very
go
quickly,
ahead.
thank you for the question.
Mhm.
Short answer, it is an absolute priority. If you authorize a regulatory program but don't have the funding, it's just, there's no teeth there. I did a number of estimates internally when I was chair. We came up with about $130 million over the first few years to staff up both on the tech side and the personnel side. And to your last point, and I think this should resonate with everyone on the panel and on the committee, I cannot tell you how much personnel time was taken in the last few years of my chairmanship on crypto-related matters. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but it's zero sum. When you have those people working on crypto matters, which are novel, unique, and don't have legal precedent, it leaves them away from traditional markets, which I think we all agree are the core of what the CFTC does and the core of what this committee cares about on the ag side, the energy side, the metals, and financials.
Okay, thanks. And then Mr. Lucan.
And the question is around the funding and
Just
impact?
it's pretty much funding, because what's going to happen if resources are pulled too thin because of this major challenge coming in,
Sure.
In a good and bad way, but something that was going to have to be accomplished. And then you have these other things going on that you've always done, they have always done at the CFTC.
Right. No, I think the agency certainly deserves full funding, and especially if they're taking on the new responsibility of digital commodities, they're going to need more funding to make sure that they can administer the act. You know, that's something that has traditionally been through an appropriations process. I think the Clarity Act gives the ability a transitional fee that happens for 4 years. That to me makes some sense. I think once you start, if you start to put in a permanent tax on the industry, the concern is that you may start to impact hedgers, the people who are trying to utilize the markets, and taxing them instead of appropriating that through the appropriations process. So I do have concerns with putting in a transaction tax permanently. I think it's better suited through the appropriations process.
Mr. Kim, I'm just only smiling. I'm not going to get into the rescissions and what this means to many of us when we look at that process, what's before us now, and if we can ever trust it. Mr. Kim, Senator Marshall was talking about the need to make sure we protect against terrorist use of these commodities. I thought that was a good line of questioning, and I just have one thing to add. Are digital commodity market participant technologically capable of complying with these financial laws? Should Congress tailor the laws in any ways to account for unique features of these markets or this technology?
Thank you, Senator. I think the U.S. already has a robust AML-CFT program through FinCEN, as I mentioned earlier. That said, I believe it's appropriate for the CFTC to be the regulator for digital commodities. And once that framework is established, Senator, I think there could be additional protections as need be. But what's been missing, as I mentioned, is that regulatory gap right now where the CFTC does not have that statutory authority to take a look at centralized intermediaries. And my testimony has been about the need to address that gap to ensure U.S. leadership, Senator.
Mm-hmm. So some mention has been made of the collapse of firms like MF Global and FTX, and it truly revealed how customer assets can evaporate when we don't have the adequate safeguards. In both cases, customer funds were commingled and ultimately lost in cascading failures that shook public confidence in financial markets. Start with you, Mr. Benham. What mechanisms would best guarantee that these assets are safe, even if prices of collateralized digital assets collapse? And how should Congress address these practices where firms reuse customer assets for their own purposes?
Thanks, Senator. Just very briefly, it really goes to the core principles and the rules that the CFTC applies in regulated institutions. MF Global was unique in the sense that it was a regulated entity, and those funds were commingled outside of, in violation of the segregation rules. Some changes were made afterwards, but segregation rules, I think everyone would agree with on this panel, are sacrosanct to the CFTC, making sure customer money is protected and prioritized among house money and other customer money. And I think if you replicate what rules around customer seg are used for traditional CFTC markets in the digital asset market, we will be able to accomplish our goals around protecting customer money and digital assets.
Okay, thanks. Another question. We know that DeFi, the decentralized finance, raises novel regulatory challenges. So how should Congress approach decentralized finance platforms in regulatory frameworks?
Thanks, Senator. We had, at the CFTC when I was chair, we had a couple enforcement actions against DeFi protocols. And I do think there should be and needs to be a unique look at how DeFi platforms function relative to centralized platforms. But I am a firm believer that there needs to be some mechanism of regulation and oversight. DeFi platforms cannot live in a regulatory vacuum. There has to be some intersection with a regulator and a decentralized platform in order to have effective regulation. Otherwise, there will be a race to the bottom, essentially a race to DeFi to circumvent regulations.
Mr. Sexton, does the Clarity Act's DeFi exception, the exemption that's in there, concern you at all? Is it too broad?
Senator, thank you. I know that there are concerns expressed about the DeFi exception in the Clarity Act. I believe that Congress should give some instruction to the CFTC as to how to deal with these platforms going forward in legislation. And also, I think that the CFTC and the SEC should carefully examine together DeFi protocols and determine, as Chair Benham just indicated, how best to look at these protocols in the future and possibly come up with some type of regulatory oversight over them.
Okay. Do you want to add anything, Mr. Messett?
I think the DeFi exemption that's in the Clarity Act is one of its worst features. I think the first thing is we have to define what we mean. People use the term DeFi. It's not just an autonomous protocol. They're typically talking about, situations where you have a business that's actually the front end of that or managing that. So there's lots of touch points for regulation. DeFi should not get a regulatory pass. And we may need different rules, but we need to achieve the same regulatory objectives. One simple way to think about this is if we had a protocol that was for the Treasury market, and that suddenly became the main way Treasuries were traded, we wouldn't say, oh, well, we don't need to regulate it. We don't need to worry about it. So I think the key things are define what we mean, look at the touch points for regulation, because there are typically centralized actors acting in that space, and develop different rules if we need them, but achieve the same regulatory objectives.
Okay. Mr. Benham, the collapse, again, of offshore exchanges underscored how quickly gaps in the international monetary regulatory frameworks can put U.S. customers at risk, with trading activity flowing across borders outside the reach of domestic agencies. The challenge, in addition to the other ones we laid out here, becomes ensuring robust protections for customer funds that are in this truly international market. How can the U.S. ensure that customer funds are protected in a global market where trading often occurs on offshore exchanges beyond U.S. oversight?
Thanks, Senator. We have been a bit behind other regulators across the globe, and I think that's created arbitrage opportunities. Also, these international platforms who don't feel like they have a path to registration in the U.S. for a variety of reasons are circumventing essentially what are called VPNs, or virtual private networks, to get access to U.S. customers. I firmly believe that as the committee moves forward and the Congress moves forward with a market structure bill, if drafted correctly and comprehensively, this will bring the market within the regulatory fold, and that will provide the customers that you're talking about the protections that they deserve and that we need to have on a sort of outcomes basis, as Chairman Massett said. So regulation, as we take steps, will resolve these issues in part and hopefully comprehensively with other global regulators.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have to go to something else. I see Senator Warnock is here. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this sort of bipartisan hearing, and so everyone could listen to the witnesses' ideas, and we look forward to working with you and with the rest of the committee going forward. So thank you very much, and consider my last comments my closing.
Thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Senator Lujan for letting me go first here. So distracted driving. Mr. Morrison, I've long done a lot of work in this area, like many of our senators. We've lost several constituents, including 19-year-old Shreya Dixit from Eden Prairie, who died just so young, involving another driver when she was a passenger. You mentioned in your testimony that too many crashes involve distracted drivers and the importance of working with local law enforcement. I think people don't understand how many it is. Early on, I worked on drunk driving a lot when I was prosecutor, and this is kind of, we've done some good things there, not enough, but it's kind of taken over. And could you talk about the work that you will do? I was thinking back to Secretary LaHood did a lot in this area early on. Talk about what you'd like to do on distracted driving.
Absolutely, and thank you, Senator, for the question, and thank you for your leadership in this area. We've had over 3,000 fatalities each year, going back to the last 5 years, that are distracted, and I think that's very well undercounted. Unlike impaired driving, where somebody can, there's a blood test or a breathalyzer test where you can tell somebody is impaired. With distracted driving, it's much more difficult to determine that because you don't have ability to determine whether or not somebody was using a phone while they're driving. So I think that's undercounted. I think the messaging that the agency puts out there is very important.
Yeah.
I would look to double down on that messaging, and then also working with law enforcement too.
And trying to figure out if the spot checks are working or what works, kind of some updated information will be helpful for us. I think catalytic converter theft, I'm sure aware of that. These catalytic converters taken from unattended cars. And last week, Senator Marino, who knows a little bit about cars down there, he and I reintroduced the PART Act to provide law enforcement officers with the tools and resources they need to crack down on the crimes. The bill actually, if you could look at it, tasks NHTSA with updating motor vehicle theft prevention standards to ensure converters are marked with a traceable ID number. These are oftentimes horrible criminal cartels and organizations that engage in these thefts. Do you commit to working with us on this issue?
Yeah, absolutely. Catalytic converter theft is a scourge in our society. It creates a huge amount of inconvenience. It's it's very expensive to replace. And if that bill is passed, I'll absolutely be looking forward to implementing it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bars, congratulations. According to recent reports, FMCSA's carrier enforcement efforts have slowed, or at least there's not a quarterly motor carrier safety progress report this year. Could you talk about how, as a retired law enforcement officer, how law enforcement acts as a deterrent to unwanted and unsafe behavior, and could you move these reports and other things along if you get into your position?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question, Senator. That's very important to make sure that we're strengthening enforcement, compliance, and training, and also the uniformity of making sure things are across the board are the same. I look forward to being able to understand what's going on within the agency of where there's some of these lacks, potentials maybe happening, if you will, and making sure that the investigations are being completed and that we are taking bad actors off of our roadways that need to carriers out of service, if that's the case, or whatever interventions that have to need to take place as well.
Thank you. Yesterday, the Senate Judiciary Committee with Senator Grassley and Senator Durbin held a bipartisan hearing on retail theft. And actually, one of the eye-opening things for me out of that hearing was cargo theft and how these crimes impact the entire food chain and supply chain. And I had no idea how much was going on. One dairy protein export company in Minnesota has reported an average of 1 to 3 break-ins per month in containers of dry milk powder. If confirmed, will you work to combat these crimes as opposed to committing these crimes?
Senator, thank you for the question, and that is a large yes. And working closely with all the different stakeholders we have, that has got to be a focus in our time that I've worked on the Law Enforcement Advisory Board for the American Trucking Association. That has been one of their key points for us to work collaboratively with all the different stakeholders to combat this. But I look forward to working with you and others on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Roberti, I had a question on cybersecurity. I heard it was asked, so I'm going to just confound the other members. Like when you ask a question here, then you ask it again because you want to hear the answer. But I'll look back at your answer to the question, and it means a lot that Senator Whitehouse introduced you. Thank you.
Very good. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Senator Bozeman. I'm going to have to leave after my questions to see one of our colleagues' first floor speeches, but thank you again, Mr. Fordyce. FPAC is the most customer-facing mission area, as I noted in my opening. And I ask that you be responsive to both Republican and Democratic sides of this committee. I have every reason to believe you will be, based on your past work. Will you commit to providing answers to oversight questions throughout the implementation of the bill that was just passed, the budget bill, and other areas?
Yes, Ranking Member. Thank you for that question. And yes, the answer is absolutely yes. I think when I was here in the first Trump administration as administrator, I came to the Hill and visited with folks on both sides of the aisle, answered questions, solicited input, and would certainly commit to doing that this time if confirmed.
You also have a good recommendation from Senator Blunt, which means a lot to many of us. So CRP is a critical tool for improving wildlife habitat, water quality, soil health. Leader Thune and I have long partnered to improve CRP. Will you commit to working with me and others on improvements to CRP, including improvements to the USDA? The USDA currently has the authority to make.
Yes, absolutely. And I would say that, CRP now is, 30 years? 30 years old, 40 years old. And, I think that is truly a success story, and the evolution of CRP, the different practices that have come about. So, yes, Ranking Member, I definitely would commit to working with you as we improve CRP.
Okay, so when confirmed, you're going to go walk into a lot. FPAC has lost nearly 4,100 employees in the deferred resignation program. FSA alone has lost over 1,000 employees, and there are offices who are understaffed or unstaffed. This is particularly troubling as Congress has tasked USDA with implementing economic and disaster relief this year. And the recently enacted reconciliation bill will require FSA to sign up 30 million new base acres over the next year. As a former administrator of FSA, do you think having offices open, available, and fully staffed is important? How do you believe FPAC can meet its mission of serving farmers with these kinds of reductions of 4,100 employees?
Well, thank you for the question, Ranking Member. And I haven't had an opportunity, but will, once confirmed, to dig into the data, understand where those folks, where those retirements came from, where they're located. And certainly, I cannot say enough about the folks that work, and it's across all three agencies within the mission area, but I'm most familiar with the Farm Service Agency, and they are, again, some of the greatest folks that you'll ever meet and ever work with. And so, again, understanding what that is, looking at the data, but I'm confident, Senator, that we can deliver our mission-critical responsibilities in a very positive way.
Very good. Last question. I look forward to building on the work that was begun in the 2018 Farm Bill to improve USDA efficiency and provide farmers with a better understanding of the potential economic farming benefits, not only of the commodities programs and the like, but also conservation practices. Advances in data paired with widespread adoption of precision ag technology present exciting opportunities to empower farmers with the best tools available. Senator Thune and I, again, have an Agriculture Innovation Act, and then Senator Fish and I have partnered on another bill. How do you think the USDA can partner with academic institutions and other researchers to better inform the conservation practices? And what barriers does USDA face in using data and working more closely on conservation?
Well, I do appreciate that question a great deal, because that's an area that I'm very interested in, very passionate about. I think that there's an opportunity for USDA and the FPAC mission area, more specifically, to and maybe it's understand the technologies better, and how can those work to create better opportunities for the farmers and ranchers that we serve. I would just say there's a lot there, and we would be, I would commit that we will do what we can to learn more about it, understand it, and see what kind of a partnership could exist.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. It is apparent that USDA did not consult with or even bother to notify Congress with this plan. And I'd like to know, did you consult with the American Farm Bureau before releasing this plan, the organization that represents so many of our farmers and ranchers?
Senator, the Secretary's memorandum was the first step, not the
Could
final
you answer? So you did not. Is that the answer?
beginning of
Could
the
you just
consultation
answer yes or no? Did
not
you
the
consult with the Farm Bureau before releasing this?
The consultation process has just begun.
You did not, for the record. Did you consult with the Farmers Union, the National Farmers Union, before releasing this plan? When?
What do you mean?
Yes or no?
No, because the consultation process has just begun.
Did you consult with or submit this plan to the Office of Management and Budget before this?
A plan was submitted to the Office of Management and Budget, and they are aware of our current plan.
1,600 employees have left USDA's research agencies. USDA fired many researchers, including those working on avian flu, only to later backtrack. USDA is extremely delayed in setting out funding for competitive research programs this year, as so many of my colleagues know. To me, these actions completely undermine agricultural research, just as we're seeing more and more animal diseases that are used against us in trade arrangements that hurt our producers. Senator Smith and I have seen the horrific effects of avian flu. Secretary Vaden, USDA's reorganization plan would vacate USDA research labs and eliminate or consolidate offices for the Ag Research Service, the Agricultural Statistics Service. Do you believe that vacating research sites, eliminating offices, and losing researchers will improve outcomes for farmers who depend on this research?
Senator, 91 of 94 ARS research labs are unaffected by the Secretary's memorandum. Further, the Secretary's memorandum states in its plain text that what will go on in Beltsville will take place over a period of years and in a way that does not interfere with any ongoing research. And with regard to where researchers are, I think it's important to note, as you have referenced ERS and NIFA multiple times, that during the prior administration, nearly all of the hiring that took place in those agencies was done virtually, which is to say, the employees that were hired reported to no office other than their own kitchen, and some of them who did have offices in the National Capital Region not only never reported to those offices, but moved hundreds of miles away.
Mr. Vaden, I know you will be surprised at this, but I am not interested in relitigating the pandemic right now, which spanned 2 administrations, the Trump administration, part 1, and the Biden administration. What I want to talk about is now. Do you think that these actions are actually going to make us more competitive when it comes to ag, more competitive when we are dealing with research issues across the world? And how will you ensure that critical research projects will not suffer?
Absolutely I do, because on a government salary, government employees cannot afford to start a quality life in Washington, D.C., but they most certainly can in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Mr. Vaden, USDA's
out of D.C.
USDA's reorganization plan calls for closing every one of the existing food and nutrition service offices, both the headquarters and regional offices, and relocating those employees as well. As you know, these programs are food nutrition assistance, which took a major hit in this recent budget bill, well, except for the states that have the highest error rates. It serves tens of millions of customers every year, including over 40 million SNAP recipients. The FNS has a huge task ahead implementing the bill with these SNAP cuts. Huge transformation that we have decided to embark on. How can, not we, you, how can USDA possibly ensure the integrity of the billions of dollars it is responsible for overseeing with this change and closing down all the offices? Can you provide the committee with a breakdown of staff losses by function? And given our shared interest in the program integrity, I'd like to know how many staff who have left positions related to financial management, program integrity, or management review of nutrition programs.
Senator,
could you answer that?
2 points in response to that. Number one, I'd be happy to get you those numbers. But your supposition that all food and nutrition service employees will be leaving the National Capital Region is incorrect. every agency and every mission area under the Secretary's plan will have representation and officials in Washington, D.C. And as I know you know well, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is primarily administered by the states. And so what USDA's role is to ensure the states are properly administering the program. It makes sense to move the employees whose job it is to oversee the states into these states that they are overseeing rather than keeping them in Washington, D.C.
So I've just had a different experience in my own state office, in my own work. I think like when the work of our office is constituent services, I have one person in each of the areas, but I've kept people together that have to interact to make decisions and do hard work together and figure out when the constituents call, and we have a number of them with veterans concerns or a number of them with adoption concerns, having that kind of interaction and having that kind of expertise in one space, which in the case of USDA, already 90% of their workforce, as we both agreed on, is dispersed. But one thing we haven't discussed, given the raging forest fires we've seen recently, given the details included in the USDA's reorganization plan, and as you know, your budget proposed, the President's budget proposed, moving wildland fire operations out of the U.S. Forest Service to a new federal wildland firefighting agency housed in Interior. There is also reporting that the administration is considering moving parts of the USDA's Rural Development Agency to the Small Business Administration. Is the USDA still considering moving parts of the Forest Service and Rural Development to other cabinet agencies? When you're looking at only 10% of the workforce already in one place, and you want to half that, and then you want to move away all the wildfire, are you trying to decimate this agency, Mr. Baden? Are you trying to do what they're doing to the Department of Education? That's a question I want answered. What about the Forest Service? Are you still pursuing getting rid of that as well?
Senator, the President's budget proposal is before this body. It speaks for itself. It calls for the centralization of all federal wildfire fighting capabilities. That is a proposal that predates this administration, and I think it's one that should be taken seriously. As it goes to the Forest Service, I want to make certain to state for the record that the Secretary's memorandum, again in its plain text, specifically notes that the Forest Service's Fire Safety Lab will not be moving and is protected in this reorganization.
Okay, last question. Why did you tell people to resign and fire them and then tried to rehire them?
Senator, we don't have the money in our budget to pay for all of the employees that were hired in the prior administration. Former Secretary Vilsack, in comments to AgriPulse, admitted as much just last week.
So you're saying that you thought it was a good idea to fire them and then try to rehire them, the same people for the same positions, and you lost a whole bunch of them, veterinarians and researchers.
Senator,
so you think that was a smart way to handle it?
Terminated as a result of the DRP.
All right, I'm done.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, what'd you call me?
I called you Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you.
We're all calling you that right now because you are
Blumenthal
you
wouldn't
are
call me
holding the
chairman.
gavel,
I
sir.
never called him Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Meredith, as Chief Deputy Counsel to the Governor of Kentucky, you defended, as my colleagues have discussed, you defended a law that imposed severe and medically unnecessary licensing regulations on clinics. That law would have had the effect of closing what was at the time the last remaining abortion clinic in Kentucky. You argued that the impact of closing Kentucky's last abortion clinic would be essentially none for women. Why did you argue that closing the clinic would not have an impact on the women of Kentucky?
Senator, my recollection of that argument is that, of course, now we are under the regime governed by the Dobbs case, but at the time we were under the Roe and Casey regime. And my recollection of that argument was that Casey, I believe, had said it's not an undue burden to have to travel up to 150 miles to obtain an abortion. And my recollection is that the evidence in the record showed that no one or almost no one would have to travel more than 150 miles to obtain an abortion should that clinic close, because Kentucky's geography is such that all of the population lives within 150 miles of facilities in other states, Senator.
Is it true that the closure at the time would have required women to leave the state and travel up to the 150 miles if they needed health care?
I think that's right, but Senator, one thing to keep in mind is the unique geography of Kentucky is such that many parts of Kentucky are much closer to facilities in other states than to that one facility in Louisville. So for instance, if you lived in southern Kentucky, you might be closer to Nashville or Knoxville than to Louisville, or so it was that was the nature of that argument, Senator.
Last month was the 60th anniversary of Griswold, which established the right to contraception. In the Dobbs case, the Supreme Court clarified that its opinion does not threaten Griswold. They said nothing in this opinion should be understood to cast doubt on precedents that do not concern abortion. If confirmed, will you commit to adhering to the precedent established by Griswold and upholding the right to contraception?
Senator, I can commit to you that I will follow and faithfully apply all binding precedents of the United States Supreme Court.
Along those lines, Mr. Mercer, Chief Justice John Roberts wrote in his most recent end-of-year report that disregarding federal court rulings is, quote, dangerous, end quote, and, quote, must be soundly rejected, end quote. Do you agree with Chief Justice Roberts that any suggestion of disregarding a court's ruling must be soundly rejected?
Senator, I certainly have always advised clients to comply with court orders, and I believe that that is an essential feature. There, I believe, are extremely rare circumstances in which there may be a basis to challenge the existence of a court order. But again, throughout the entirety of my career, and if I have the honor of being confirmed, it will be my expectation that any party subject to an order that I issue would follow it.
Okay, but I think he was talking about not people appealing court rulings through the regular course. He said disregarding court rulings. And do you agree with him that this should be soundly rejected?
Senator, I believe that parties should comply with court orders. I believe that if they believe there's a basis to not do that, they should seek relief. So yes, I believe that court orders should be followed. And what I'm trying to say is I think there are extremely narrow circumstances where there may be a basis to say that there is a legal basis not to follow the order. It's extremely rare. I've never seen it. I've never counseled a party for whom I'm representing to take that position. And it would be my position, if confirmed, that it'd be my expectation that all parties, regardless of who they represent, comply with any orders that I issue.
Mr. Meredith, then I have one more question. Could you just quickly answer that one about Roberts?
Sure, Senator. I agree with the testimony of other witnesses who have appeared before this committee in recent months, like Judge Whitney Hermendorfer, Solicitor General John Sauer, Professor Kate Shaw, all of whom I understand to have said the general rule is that a party before a court must obey the court's order. However, there are potentially certain narrow exceptions to that.
Okay, so just last thing, we were talking about the Kentucky law and your role, and given the fact that you didn't look at this as an enormous burden for these women to go 150 miles and to go to another state, what would you say to litigants who question that you can be even-handed in applying the law, including women trying to vindicate their rights?
Senator, what I'll say to that is that I will be fair-minded and even-handed with all litigants in my court, should I be fortunate enough to be concerned. And I think you can look at the fact that attorneys from all across the political spectrum and are supporting me, co-counsel, opposing counsel, people with all different viewpoints, and that's because they know that I understand the difference between being an advocate and being a judge. When I was an executive branch lawyer, it was my obligation to represent the Commonwealth and defend the Commonwealth's laws. But as a judge, it'll be my obligation to set aside all other personal beliefs, policy preferences, things of that nature, and just simply follow the law.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I have permission to enter into the record 2 article?
Issues have already been raised about Delaware, and I have a lot of respect, as does everyone in this room, for Senator Coons and his views of who should, his ability to weigh in on who should be a judge in his state. But I'm going to put that aside. I know that's been raised, and I'm very concerned about that. I want to lead with what Senator Schmidt was asking about, and that is the Justice Scalia's comment that our Constitution separates powers to prevent the centralization of power in one person or one party, because when power is centralized in one person, the game is over, that's his words, for rights. So President Trump has claimed, quote, I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president, end quote. He said that as recently as on August 26, he said, I have the right to do anything I want to do. I am the president of the United States. Do you believe that the president is able to do, quote, anything he wants to do?
Senator Klobuchar, of course, it's not for me to comment on individual, statements really by anyone else. The matter of presidential discretion, as this body knows, within Article 2 in the executive power, there are a number of responsibilities that the executive has within which the executive has full discretion.
Okay. I'm just asking you if you think under our Constitution, the president has the right to do anything, as he said, he wants to do.
Well, I suppose it depends. I don't know. I suppose it depends on the context of the remarks. Is kind of it was with respect my point. If we're talking about a pardon decision, if we're talking about nomination decisions, there are many ways in which the president has full discretion.
But you will not say that he doesn't have the power to do whatever he wants to do under the Constitution. He said anything he wants to do. He said the right to do anything I want to do. That's what he said.
Well, Senator, I guess I'm saying that presidential discretion depends on the context of the situation. You mentioned before separation of powers. Of course, also like we've talked about today, Congress has a lot of power.
You won't say it, so I guess the answer is clear. So last October, you told a group of students that you believe that, quote, presidents are actually too weak, end quote. That's at Yale. The president has unilaterally frozen appropriated funds, shuttered congressionally created departments, attacked the independence of the Federal Reserve and agencies Congress set to be independent, refused to put Democratic commissioners on independent commissions, imposed costly tariffs, detained individuals without due process, and gone after universities, law firms, and journalists. Do you still believe that, quote, presidents are actually too weak after these unprecedented power grabs?
So, Senator, without commenting on a lot of various actions and current issues that might be before the courts or currently are, my recollection of the context of the statement that you quote was that it was a conversation about presidential supervision of the executive branch, and at that time, my understanding of the Constitution, and it remains to be that the president is vested with the executive power and therefore is in charge of the executive branch. And I believe I was making comments on that historically, as the Supreme Court itself has pointed out in different opinions, presidents have not always been free to fully supervise their branch. And I was putting forward a hope that the constitutional principles, as they are historically understood, would continue to be respected.
Okay, could we just move to guns here? As you know, we've had a number of horrific shootings in Minnesota this year, including involving assault weapon. So you have praised Justice Thomas's views on the Second Amendment, which are often in dissent, even on a very conservative Supreme Court. What is your understanding of the Second Amendment and whether Congress is permitted to pass laws to regulate the sale of guns? And I ask that because Scalia actually said, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not limited. The right was a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, was not a right to keep or carry any weapon whatsoever. And Thomas was the only one who struck down a law to stop domestic abusers from possessing a gun, legislation I worked on. He was also one of just 2 justices who would have struck down regulations of ghost guns. And in June 2025, he would have taken a case challenging Maryland's assault weapons ban. So what I want to know is, given that you've praised him, what is your view on your understanding of the Second Amendment and whether Congress is permitted to pass laws to regulate the sale of guns in any way.
So, Senator, I want to be careful as in all my answers of not straying into commenting on something that could come before me as a judge, but I agree with this, or would follow Supreme Court precedent that there is an individual right to bear arms, and that in looking case by case basis, it's important to look at the history and tradition of what the regulation of guns was at that time. And so if a case came before me raising that question.
White House, threats against elected officials have increased exponentially. Members of Congress received more than 9,000 threats last year, up from 1,600 in 2016. There's been a lot of talk about the rhetoric and the like. And if we want to move forward on things like Section 230, or even look if we can do anything on guns, I do think we're going to have to be honest about this all-purpose hater issue, and it has bothered me, this thing, we're going to go after this group, we're going to have to go after this group. I just want to, for the record, show that the murderer of Speaker Hortman and her husband, it was Democratic lawmakers on his list. He went to the ones whose addresses he had, by the way. Planned Parenthood was on the list, as were businesses and law firms. Doctors. I already mentioned the ones with the Catholic Church shooting. So it is not just as the radicals on the left, what's a quote from the president, are the problems or destructive movement of left-wing extremism that Vice President Vance said. According to the Anti-Defamation League last year, all the murders were committed. And I'm not actually going to say this because I don't even want to go left-right with this, but you can imagine it wasn't from the left. Cato Institute, conservative think tank, published a study just last week that found from terrorists from the right were responsible for 6 times more deaths than people from the left. I actually don't want to go tit for tat on this, but what I am asking for is that this rhetoric of blaming one side or the other stop, if you could convey that to the president, and that we actually work on things that are solutions. So could you commit to me, Mr. Patel, Director Patel, that you will do that?
Absolutely, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Last, you were asked about social media, and I will put some more questions on the record about that. I think we could make major movement on that. The local FBI helped when the city of St. Paul was a victim of a cyber attack, and I'm concerned about some of the cyber attack cuts. I'll ask you that on the record. AI, I'm glad you raised that. I think we have to do more, but also including election interference because they're using AI videos. I just had one happen in this very committee on me, and I just think they're going to start using it in democracy, election. They could be foreign. Do you think some of this is foreign entities, Mr. Patel?
Generally speaking, we have traced a lot of this to loose groups overseas that don't have any sort of central cluster.
There's going to be a lot on you then. And then last, I'll put on the record just my concern about protecting journalists. The new guidance that came out of the department. Have you deployed any FBI resources to investigate members of the media for activities related to news gathering, reporting, or reporting on government whistleblowers, something near and dear to the chairman's heart?
The only time we would involve an investigation of a journalist if they've conducted or committed an allegation of separate criminal activity, most prominently leaks of classified information.
Thank you.
I have another matter I've got to attend to, so I'm going to hand the gavel off to Senator Hawley as I recognize Senator Booker, who will be up next. It is unlikely that I will be able to return before you've adjourned. I will come back if you're still in session after then, but I will leave that in the hands of he who holds the gavel. And Senator Klobuchar, you're recognized.
Before you leave, Senator Lee, can I clarify something earlier?
Sure.
And just to make sure I understood you and you understood me, when I suggested that we should have antitrust for the carriers, I mean just the small carriers, not with the big four.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'm saying that
by that part.
That made a lot of news.
I'm saying the small carriers that represent the 20%.
Gotcha.
Could work together to be a force to compete with the big four, not across them. They don't need any more help.
Yeah, I thought maybe you were setting yourself up for an acquisition or something.
No. I apologize. Maybe I spoke too fast, but I just wanted to clarify. I was just saying, I think, I'm just, again, looking for practical solutions to fix this situation. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I want to thank Chairman Lee and Ranking Member Booker for this really important hearing. And I will say that with everything going on, that's a little bit of a euphemism today, the fact that we've had so many senators here and that they as leaders had so many senators here show how important this is to people. So our airport was once again named best in the country. Yeah, you're welcome. But we hosted more than 340,000 planes carrying 37 million passengers last year at Minneapolis St. Paul Airport, and of course, major hub. But it's also really important for us, being this hub, that we also have competitive carriers. We are the home of Sun Country, as you know, Mr. Biffle, and appreciate all of the competitive carriers we can get. And one of the things that I've focused on with funding is to make sure we get gates in what we call our Terminal 2, right? So that we have more infrastructure for competitive carriers, especially some of these big hub airports. Everyone's gravitating there, and it makes it more important than ever that we have competitive carriers. Could you talk about, I know you've been an advocate for this, but for just the infrastructure and the gates and how important that is in this marketplace of competition?
Sure. I mean, look, I mentioned in the beginning, and we talked a little bit, the gates are the big thing. And it's not just having access, but having them access at the same rules as the big guys. I mean, we've had situations, I'll go back to Atlanta, we've operated on 25, 30 different gates in a week. I mean, like, I could put my entire operation on 7 gates. I mean, and that's across 4 different terminals. I mean, and you're putting our people and our employees, our customers, all having to move around like gypsies. And so it disrupts our operation. We don't provide as good on time. It ends up causing cancellations of flights, and people miss their flights because we have these constant gate changes. And so, the distinction of pref gates and having, our fair share of pref gates and the ability to use them. I know in Las Vegas, we've had challenges. I know Allegiant has too, with, common use gates. But it's a major factor, and I think that it really needs to be looked into. It's just not a fair system. There are airlines hoarding gates over and over again. There's examples of gates given back to the airport. Airlines like us trying to get them, and all of a sudden the legacy carrier in fill in the blank city all of a sudden just happens to get those gates, and nobody seems to care. And
I think who cares is when you look at the numbers, right? When low-cost carriers serve a route, it's 20% lower.
Well, I think it has to get to the level it's gotten for people. Thank you for having this hearing, that we're finally going to get some attention drawn to this, and getting some fair access to gates. It's a major issue, and it impacts us dramatically. I would say it was the number one, after weather and ATC, it was the number one cause of cancellations for our airline this summer. Was gate access.
Wow. Mr. McGee, do you want to add anything? By the way, congratulations on hiring Phil, our former staffer back there. Yeah.
Yes, we're very lucky to get him. Thank you, Senator. Yes, as I said earlier in my opening remarks, we praise Senator Hawley for co-sponsoring the Gate Competition Act. We think it's one of the single best pieces of airline competition legislation we've ever seen. But I think, we need to give some context too, and that is that a lot of times when you walk into an airport in the United States, you'll see a big sign saying, "We welcome to our customers." Let's be clear, we, the traveling public, are not the airport's customers. Airlines are their customers. And so if you have a situation like you have in Charlotte, where American Airlines controls 88% of all flight departures, it's hard to believe that the airport authorities are going to equally treat their customers when one of them is 9 out of 10 of all flights. And so this really speaks to the larger systemic problems that we've had with deregulation. We have a commercial aviation system that has the best of both worlds. When times are good, they make money and they keep it. And they use it for stock buybacks and they use it for executive compensation. And then when times are bad, they come right here and they ask all of us taxpayers to bail them out. And so we need to have a bigger discussion. We're talking about a lot of really important issues today. but we need to have a bigger discussion about the systemic problems with deregulation and ways of fixing aviation once and for all.
Just one, I know Senator Booker asked some good questions about that passenger Bill of Rights and
Yes.
how we got that passed a while ago out of the Commerce Committee, and but that was a while ago. And so that's why I think you see us working on some of these other issues like families sitting together. Could you comment on that one?
Absolutely, and we are very grateful to you for all your work in this area. The bottom line is that it seems we can never gain any traction. Every time we make any sort of progress on passenger rights in this country, after I already noted we lag much of the world, immediately airline lobbyists are trying to roll it back, to weaken it or just eliminate it. And we saw it with the Airlines for America 93-page comments that they filed a few weeks ago. And we're very, very worried about the current DOT rolling back all of that hard work that has taken, in some cases, not years, but decades. I mean, look, as soon as we got fee transparency become a regulation, Airlines for America and other big carriers immediately sued the DOT. Really think about that a moment. They're suing the DOT, spending God knows how many millions of dollars on that. To do what? To prevent all of us from knowing the full price of a product before we swipe our credit card and buy it. There's something wrong with the inherent system here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Booker, great. 3 quick questions. Mr. Anderson, just really quickly, we talked a little.
I may point out one of the most liberal grand juries in the country.
Okay, let's go on to other firings or terminations. Last week, the Justice Department fired at least 2 senior attorneys in the Eastern District of Virginia, including the office's national security chief, Michael Benary. It is reported that his firing came following criticism from a right-wing social media commentator who wrote, "One can only assume he was part of the internal resistance in the Comey indictment." In fact, he did not work on the Comey case. Instead, he was working on pursuing justice for service members killed in Afghanistan. How does firing a 20-year national security prosecutor enhance public safety?
Senator Klobuchar, I'm not going to discuss personnel decisions, but the personnel issue that I'm having right now is that all of my agents, all of my lawyers are working. My agents are on the street working without a paycheck because your party voted to shut down the federal government.
Unfortunately, the House isn't even back here. They're 18 days off the job to even meet with us to come up with a resolution that we would like to discuss with them about saving people's health care. Let's move on to the Antitrust Division. Did you authorize your chief of staff to overrule top officials in the Antitrust Division to settle the challenge to the Hewlett-Packard Enterprises Juniper Networks merger?
Senator Gail Slater runs my antitrust unit, and she is doing an excellent job on many, many cases. As you know, that is a pending case.
Okay.
In any merger, just to clarify, in any merger, Senator, there is a deal struck with our office and with the corporations involved, but then that also goes to a court to certify in any merger. In any merger, it's a multi-step process.
Okay, I
and
will
that
ask some
process
further
is still pending,
questions
Senator
about
Klobuchar.
antitrust. I just had one other thing. DOJ can now take the extraordinary step of
Time's
subpoenaing
expired.
journalists. Has the Justice Department issued any subpoenas to journalists under the updated guidance?
Time is expired.
Okay, I'll ask
You
those
may
on the record.
respond, Ms. Bondi.
You can respond, she said.
Oh. Senator, my office in April restored the Justice Department's longstanding norm on this issue. It was AG Garland who had deviated on the media investigations policy, allowing self-identified journalists using this self-serving status as a shield against being held accountable for endangering our nation's security. We have taken that policy back to the norm, and I can't comment on whether we have or have not, or do not have pending investigations.
Time
Senator
is
Klobuchar.
expired. Senator